Well, hello, YTPC, and all my subscribers at Geo Bushcraft. I'm streaming to both my channels right now. So, trying to get those watch hours. Just trying to see what's going on. Who's out today? I was outside part of the day trying to clean up ice that was all built up on the edge of my house, and it's going to ruin my gutters. I need new gutters anyways. But yeah, got the K Woody out. Hello, Credo. How you doing, buddy? I didn't see anybody was live, so I figured I'd jump in here and just do a live stream, see what everybody's up to. Still sewing. What are you sewing on? I can't keep my pipe lit. Yeah, got the K Woody Martian lined out today. Oh, custom pouch. What kind? A pouch for what? The damn thing just won't stay lit. Howdy, Jeff. For some gear. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to build a couple pouches for my muzzle loaders. I already got one pouch for a ball pouch, but I'd like to have another pouch for to hold flints and uh, uh, tools that you need, like the touch hole pick and brush and shit like that. But yeah, I'm streaming from to both my channels, so if you get a notification from both channels, that's why I'm doing it. I appreciate it, Jeff. Yeah, I'm just trying to gain up some more hours, get some more hours added onto my channel. Well, both channels really. But I'm smoking the K Woody Model 44 with a little bit of Seattle Pipe Club plum pudding. Hello, Heath. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Heath mentioned me earlier and said that he received his pipe today, which is cool. Yeah, I'm getting closer. He's getting closer. I want to get even. I want to just keep plugging away at it. You know how that is. Let's see, where am I at here? Open that one up too. But yeah, I had a buddy of mine call. I was going to jump on just, oh hell, probably 5-10 minutes ago when I created the live stream. But I got a phone call. My buddy wants me to go. Wants to go ice fishing tomorrow. He says, "Get your ass out there. You haven't been out there yet. Get your ass up and go." I said, "Okay." Okay, that'll work, Jeff. What, Huntsman's going live tonight? He went live last night. I know that. I was in there for a little bit. Then they went and played marbles, but I can't play marbles, and for some reason, because my internet speed's so slow, it lags, and I don't have fun, so I haven't done it lately. Yeah, I can see you over there, Jeff. Yeah, I'm streaming to both my YouTube channels right now. I got the option to where uh I can stream up to, because I got the paid version. I think I could stream up to 6 different platforms, like Facebook or can't remember the other ones. Oh, that's right. He was going to go live from the woods, but it's dark out. Why would he do that now? Yeah, yeah. This Streamyard, you can, if you get the paid version, you can have up to like 10 people up on panel. You can add people as like secondary monitors to where they can run uh, almost run everything just about like what you're running. You can change the screens, but we might try something here. Who wants to get up on panel? We're gonna try. I'm gonna see if it's gonna hold up, because I was on panel the other night when Mud Tramp went live on her first live stream, and it held up. But it was later in the evening. Uh, so I want to give it another try and see if it's gonna hold up. Hey, Backwoods, how you doing, dude? I appreciate it. Yeah, I remember seeing that he got Tubby Guy up to 1,000. That's cool. Yeah, this tobacco just doesn't want to stay lit. That's that Seattle Pipe Club plum pudding. It's pretty. I think it's pretty damp. It tastes good, but that's the thing with having two different channels, two different subjects. You know, one is to do with pipes and tobacco and reviving, restoring, and doing reviews and stuff like that. And this one here is mostly doing outdoors and bushcraft and hunting and fishing. And so I'm going to try and combine a little bit up to both. It's like doing like right now I can give a little review on the plum pudding and what I think about it. Uh, it's supposed to be an aromatic. It comes in plugs, but I mean it's not badly tasted. It's not really to my type of taste, but I'll smoke it. It's not bad. It's something I wouldn't. It's not my go-to uh, tobacco, but living in Minnesota with others and Cody from After Five are going. We're giving him shout outs last night, and it says a real community. That's right. That's what it is. It's a community effort to try to get everybody out there. That's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to leave the cap off, but I'm going to take it and I'm going to set it out on a paper plate and let it sit out. It's still in plugs, so I need to rub it out first and get it to where it's flaky, and then I'll let it sit out and dry a little bit because I'm starting to get a little gurgle in the bottom of the pipe, and it's gone out already. Oh, you smoked a little bit of that Captain Black cherry. Cool. I'm gonna have to try some. I like Captain Black. That's really the only over the counter. You know, I call it drugstore tobacco. Uh, that's really the only type I like. I'm gonna have to give up. Go through a freaking box of matches to trying to smoke a pipe. Screw that. In Canada, we smoke a different type of pipe and different type of leaf. Yeah, it's kind of green and got little sparkly stuff on it. Make you all kind of happy. Your phone's buffering. It could be your connection. That's what mostly it is. When they start buffering, it's your internet connection, or if you're using your Wi-Fi, you might be having uh, too many connections on it. And the 16th day. How you doing, buddy? Is there something up with the comments? I don't see the comments you're seeing because they are commenting from my other channel. If you, I can give you that link. Let me find it here. But it's Geo Bushcraft. Here you go. Here it is. That's my other my other channel. That's why you can see the because you're on my pipe channel, and whoever is in that, I don't understand. I mean, you should be able to see it because we're seeing your comment. But let me go to my YouTube channel. I'm gonna open up the. I got 3 screens, so I want to see if I'm seeing. Let me go to my YouTube channel. There we go, and see if I can see your comment in there. Let's see, where's he at? He is way up here. No. Okay, so that's kind of nice to know. No, I see you over here. I wonder why that is. That's weird. Because you should be able to see. Jeff would be able to tell us. He's on my pipe channel. Jeff, do you see all the comments, like from Backwoods and Creative Redundancy? Because you should be able to see, because I'm streaming to both channels, they should have the chat in both of them, I'm thinking. Because I'm seeing it here. But I did not see it up above. So you must only be able to see the chats on that certain channel. You can't see both chats. That's kind of weird. Oh, okay. I thought you were still over there, Jeff. Backbone, how you doing, buddy? Doing good. Doing good. I just thought I'd get on. I'm going to give up on this thing. It's not wanting to stay lit for me. Yeah, 16th day. He's got a good channel over there. He does a lot of pipe stuff and reviews and virtual virtual VRs, which is virtual reviews and talks. But yeah, 16th day. I'm smoking on some plum pudding. I was using my K-Woody number 44 Mersham lined, and it don't want to stay lit for me. I did get about half a bowl burnt, smoked out of it. But I decided I was going to try some plum pudding tonight. It's not bad. It's not to my likings, my taste. I mean, it's not my. It wouldn't be my everyday go-to. Okay, so it is. It is only showing you in the 16th day over there. Yeah, guys, punch his channel in if you're into talking pipes, tobacco. He talking about his new job. Good guy. It's a good community out that way. I'll tell you what I am going to do. 16. I don't even know your real name, but need a ton of drying time. I thought I needed to do that. I'm going to rub it. I'm going to flake it all out, rub it all out, and lay it out for a while. That's what I'm thinking, because the last time I did smoke some of it, did the same thing. Scott, okay, I'm going to have to try and remember that. But let's see if I can. I'm going to try and find your channel. And we're going to do a little bit of a shout out channel review for you. Get some of these folks that I know of and that will be coming in and watching the replay, and get you some supporters. There you are. Now you just gotta wait for it to open. I haven't watched a couple of your videos lately. I need to subscribe to you over here. So there you go, buddy. You got a subscription. I'm gonna bring up his screen. There we go. I'm gonna screen share. Now this is Scott's channel, the 16th day. He tells why he called this channel the 16th day. I can't remember why. But he has 250 subscribers. So guys, go on over there if you're into talking about pipes, tobacco, talk about life, cigars. Good dude. Like your content. Got plenty of videos. Yeah, you keeping your videos fairly decent length. I try to tend to keep mine anywhere between 8 to 20 minutes tops, but sometimes they go over. But yeah, let's see. I'm going to bring up his last video, which he just posted an hour ago. We'll go full screen. Now we won't watch the whole thing.
Hey everybody, TPC. It's Scott, and welcome back to the 16th day. If you watched my last video, I'm still smoking that AJ Fernandez Shadow King cigar. It's a very good cigar.
That sounds like it'd be pretty good.
It may get a little smoky because I have to turn the fan off in order for you to hear me. But as always, we're going to get through this together. Drinking on a Coca-Cola.
I hope your job's going good for you, dude. I know you had to change hours and everything.
And this is another BR. This one is the Mid-Most Smoker. If you don't know him, he will be linked down in the bottom. He's doing a giveaway. He has hit 100 subs. Congratulations, my friend. It's well deserved. I really enjoyed watching your videos and getting to know more about you.
Okay, let's move ahead just a hair and see what else is going on.
But this is I shared this experience before. The video is not up anymore. It's when I was on here before. And it was my most extreme, if that's the right word, most intense, ultimate smoke. It's something we used to talk about off and on amongst ourselves.
Okay, guys.
Just a pipe smoking experience that took you to another.
I ain't gonna let you watch the rest of it. You're gonna have to go watch the rest of it on his channel. Give him a like, subscribe, give him a thumbs up, and leave a true and comment. He's a good dude. Got good content. Hey, I was too busy. You didn't see who was coming in. Hey, anything to help everybody, Scott, help anybody out. That's what we do. You know, that's the YouTube community, and we all trying to support each other and do what we can to help each other out. Like I was saying, go on over and check his channel out. Give him some love. You know what I mean? And Cade Outdoors, how you doing tonight, bud? He is the one that I won the takedown recurve bow from, and I haven't had the chance. I strung it up, played with it a little bit, then I unstrung it because I didn't want to leave it that way. They really don't have the storage for it. Matter of fact, if you look over my left shoulder, it's right here. But doing well, doing good. That's good. That's good. But yeah, I am planning on doing on my pipe channel there, Scott. I am going to be doing virtually the same thing I just did here. We're going to do some channel shout outs. We're going to bring up folks' channels. I'm going to try to keep the folks that are under 1,000 subs and start trying to help each other out. I mean, I am low on the totem pole in the pipe smoking world of the YTPC, which the other guys, what that stands for is YouTube Pipe Community. But that's what we're all there for. We're there to all help each other out. I am, like I said, I'm streaming over, live streaming over to that channel right now. So hopefully some of my subscribers on that side will watch, and I'm planning on doing a live over there and showcase some channels. And guys, Kincaid Outdoors, we are going to bring him up too. Well, I hope so. I hope we do get more. But, you know, I ain't out to really push it. My main right now is to work on this channel. I want to try to get to 1,000 as soon as possible, and then once I get that goal, I'll start working heavier on the other channel. But that's just, I don't know, that's just the way it is. Well, I'm going to bring up Kincaid's channel. Show some love. Come on, open up. Stupid computer. There we go. Yeah, he likes to do, there we go, bring it up. There it is. This is Kincaid Outdoors, 588. When I won the bow, which I gotta go to videos to find it. There we go. Right here. That was 3 weeks ago. At that time, when I went and got into the stream, and he was just over 200. He was 200 and I want to say 215, if I'm not mistaken. And he has grown up to almost 600, 588. That is excellent. Within a couple weeks, 3 weeks time, he has gained almost 300, almost 400 subs. Dang, that ain't bad at all. You keep doing what you're doing, and you'll be there in no time. But that's the last one he put up, live stream. I got in on that one for a little bit. But yep, you guys go over to his channel. I am going to copy his link and throw it in the chat. I think Backwoods got me. No, thanks, Jeff, for throwing Backwoods up there. That's another channel that is doing excellent. I'm going to throw a couple more out there. You may go live later. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll keep an eye open for that. Yeah, his name's Colin. I'm sorry. Okay, we are going to I got to, what am I doing here? To bring this back up. So you ain't watching what I got to bounce around doing here. I am going to bring up backwards. I haven't had a chance to watch your video on your last one on catching that rabbit, but I am going to watch it once I get done here. Okay, here we go. There's Backwoods Barbarians channel, 623. Let's get him up there. Guys, you guys need to go show the love. The ones that don't have them, if you do, share them on out. Leave a comment and give them a thumbs up. A hell of a guy. But we're going to show a little bit of this video too. See if I can get it to open full screen. And if my computer will cooperate. Lag. Too many windows open is what the problem is.
Out here at the pen set.
There he is.
And something very, very interesting happened. I've never had this happen before. I've never even heard of this happening before. But you're going to want to see this. Stay tuned.
I like the opening. I like the opening. Right to it. Excitement. Bang. You can send me that. I want one of those. Yeehaw.
Just love how peaceful it is. Driving into trails today, a lot more activity.
Need to get on your computer.
Also a lot
Okay.
of fox activity. I've seen like 3 new fox trails leading in just off from my side-by-side tracks.
Let's move ahead a little bit.
Tracks. And that way, well, by the way, if you look at rabbit tracks, a lot of people don't realize they're actually going in that direction.
Yep.
Your 2 front paws, middle paw touch right there, and then the back paw come forward.
Okay, this is where we start coming up to where you got that rabbit. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna
little rabbit feet over here.
have you guys go watch it. So I ain't gonna give it away here. So if you want to watch the rest of that video, get on over there and watch it. Give them a thumbs up, and give them a subscribe, and leave a genuine comment. Does a hell of a job. I really like his content. Plus, if I didn't, he'd come down here and catch and grab hold of me with those big old mitts and just freaking go. But so, does anybody want to jump up here? We're gonna give it a shot. Usually, I get dropped because of my internet speed. So what we're gonna do? Yeah, a lot of times. Oops, I don't want that. If I go on, I have somebody up on panel. I was up on panel with Becca the other night when she did her first live stream, and it held, my connection held up pretty good. I was getting a little bit of issues on my end, like every now and then I would get glitches and stuff like that, but it never did dump me. So we're going to see how this works out tonight. If I can bring somebody up. So I need a volunteer, really, is what it, and we can still sit here and just shoot the breeze for a little while. And we'll be bringing up others on my other channel when I go live there. And at least I'll know. I'm working on also getting different internet connection, so I will have better internet speeds. So I'm working on that. It may cost me a little bit of chunk of change, but anything's better than the service I have now. But let's see. That's who else can we play with? Plain old Chuck. He was in here. There he is. You still in here, Chuck? If not, I'm going to bring you up anyway. I don't see his name anymore. Evan was in here. I don't know if he left or not. Backbone Outdoors. He was in here. So any of you guys, Creative Redundancy, he was in here. Like Evan, if you're still, I didn't catch your comment earlier. I'm rolling back right now, but I've seen my go-to is it's I call it, well, everybody calls it hobbit weed. It's more like a cherry Cavendish with Virginia in it. It's very aromatic. Tastes good too. It's mellow. But unfortunately, these are, I've been trying to get rid of, trying to cut them. Let's do Creative Redundancies channel. Okay, so you're at the ATM. Well, that's fine, man. I'll just bring your channel up and give you a plug. You know what I mean? You don't need to come up. I should have left that other tab open. Would have made it easier on me, but I closed it. Yeah, we'll just throw out a channel of yours. Wow, what's going on? YouTube wants to use your microphone. There it is. Yeah, Kincaid, he's been a traditional archer for years now, instructing for, what does it say, 20 years. So if you need any kind of info on traditional archery, shooting, instinctive shooting, he's the guy to go to. I am going to go to, there we are. We'll bring you on up. Why is it not? There it is. This is his channel. Got over thousands, about 1,600, almost 1,700. Good information there. He's been doing some live streams. I haven't done a time lapse in so long. I need to get that practice back up, start doing that. Talk about preparedness. Cool. I never really looked at your information. I have watched a few videos, as you see here. But yeah, sweet. What's that? Sweet eggs, spicy egg omelet. That sounds pretty good. We'll throw that in there. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna bring him up next. Thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna bring him up. I'm gonna give him a shout out. We're gonna do a live and live.
Back again, aka CR, here with a sweet and spicy, exciting omelet sandwich.
Let's get ahead a little bit here.
Mango salsa. Then
Ooh.
to spice it up and kick it up a notch, I added half a spoon of curry-like paste. So I grab a fork and start mixing it, and you can enjoy this multi-camera angle of me mixing the mixture all together, getting it all nice and mixed, very, very well. It's going around and around
Okay,
with the
let's see.
fork and going in. As I drop a little bit of it in there, not too much. Picking up the pan and just kind of swishing it around, getting it over the surface. Putting my pan back down. Oh yeah, it's nice and warm, nice and hot. It's time to sizzle.
Drop that in
As I
there.
add the mixture in.
Oh, that looks pretty
Get the
good.
rest of it on.
I ain't gonna go
You
any
see
further.
all the stuff that went into this sweet.
So you guys will have to go watch it. Multi-camera. Yeah, I have done that a couple times with multi-camera angles. It's all in the editing, how you can go ahead and how you can do it. You know what I mean? So I am going to bring up my buddy Steve, the Huntsman. Bring up his channel, and that's one problem I cannot do. I cannot run 2 live streams at one time. If I went and brought, I can watch a live stream, but if I bring it up on StreamYard, it just messes with me, messes with my connection. Just too much bandwidth being used up. Gonna be doing the first cooking video. Sweet. Try not to crack a pun. Okay, let me bring this up. I am probably gonna need. I'm gonna try it. So, someone jump on. Well, I could probably tap in there once it comes up and leave a comment. Let him know that he's live on my live. No problem, brother.
And there's ways around it.
It's still buffering. I hate my internet speed with a freaking passion. Now I will wait for the chat box to open. Grilled cheese. There you go. I want to do a catch and cook. I am going ice fishing tomorrow morning, so I got to stop and get some propane bottles. I used what I had on those real cold mornings because my wife, she don't do the cold good anymore ever since her cancer treatments and everything else that she's been going through. She lost a lot of weight and thinned out, and she can't stand the cold. I've been trying to talk her into moving south, but that's like pulling teeth. Chat window is not wanting to open. What the hell? Okay, Scott, appreciate you stopping in, brother. And you sub them. That's cool. That's cool. We got a couple subs on to these guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll definitely be over there on my pipe channel here, which I am. I'm streaming there right now, but I will be doing a showcase some channels over there here pretty soon. Hopefully, maybe beginning of the week. I cannot get the I'm gonna have to refresh it, but it's not opening the chat box. I just think I got too much going on. There it is. There it is. There it is. I'll pause it and mute it. I'm going to put in a comment. You're live on my live, brother. But it's just buffering so bad because my speed freaking sucks. I'm going to try and bring it up.
I do have some coal in here, but I don't want to use the
Let me close this one tab. That might help.
I don't want to use coal.
There he is.
That'll be fine for a while.
We'll go big.
We're going to be leaving anyway.
Well, we want to see the chat too. So I need to bring that back now.
We're going in that hank. Yep. Everybody loves a good fire. Fire makes everything. And let me just lock this down so you guys can see what it's like in here without the light. I'm live on your live? Awesome. Let me just hide the light real quick just so you can see the fire. Oh, look how pretty that is.
Yeah, you got it all nice and toasty warm in there.
I got the shit out here with that lantern on.
Hey, we'll catch you later there, Creative. Appreciate you stopping in, man.
Nice evening by the fire. It's dark as hell in here. Whenever I don't have the lamp on. Anybody want to tell ghost stories? We could do that. I ain't gonna tell no. I'm live on Greg's Hive. That is cool. Now I've played videos, and I've live streamed, but oh Jesus Christ, fucking hyper deep. Everything was going good.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. He helped out Tubby Guy Outdoors on live stream last night or night before. I can't remember what it was, but he got him up over 1,000K.
That's the thing.
This guy, he'll help you out. He kind of seemed like a little on the hard side, but he's a hell of a good dude.
You can't live stream a live stream. Whenever I put my blankie on so we can go in the
Yeah, he said, I didn't catch what he said, something about you can't live stream a live stream. I don't know what he said there. Somebody can, I wasn't listening, I was talking.
And I'm going to light it up as best I can.
But we will bring that on later. So if you want to check him out, go on over there and watch him. What is the 16th link to his page? Did I put it up there back a while ago? Geez, I mean, I think I did put it up, but I cannot remember. Yeah, I think I did. I'd have to go back to my channel because I cannot pull anything from StreamYard. I can't pull links that I already posted unless I'm over on my live stream. But yeah, he won't. If he says something, you can't can't put live streams and live streams unless you have the okay from that person, which Steve, he don't give a shit. I don't know. I think that's backwoods. Let's see. Johnny. Oh, buddy. Johnny Harper. He is a Hawaiian. He's over in Hawaii. I wish I was over there. God damn it. You're at work. Just be listening. Okay, cool. Cool. That's cool. Let me see. Oh, that's Kadiak. I cannot. It's there somewhere. Somebody can jump over there and grab his link and post it up for 16th day. It's going to take me longer. To get it. Oh, I had it. What the hell just happened? There it is. I'll grab that link and post it up there for you one more time. There. I finally grabbed it. And someone was asking about, and Colin was. There you go, Colin. I'll throw it down in there. He's a good dude. I mean, I could bring up my other page, but I think I'm just using up too much bandwidth and it's just going to mess with me, you know what I mean? The Field Guide, how you doing, Irene? How you doing? Glad you came in. Oh, I found it. I was looking for the 16th day channel's link. He is over on my other YouTube channel. He is one of my subscribers. He's a good dude. You're welcome there, Colin. You're welcome. And Johnny, he is one of the guys that hangs out a lot over there with. He's got good damn, having a hard time thinking tonight. He's got a good channel, good content. We'll do Johnny. We're gonna bring up your channel, Johnny. Heck, yes, the other day he was riding his bicycle, pulling his another bicycle behind him, and thought he was going to have to drag it all the way back home because his kid wasn't at school. Go to find out she was. Yeah, give me a second there. We're bringing her up. It just takes a little bit for my computer to get up and rolling. My connection really sucks over here. There it is. That is John E's channel. He has one he called Scout Table. This is the one I like. This is the one he bugged out for 2 days. Called it in the doghouse for 2 days. He out living in his vehicle. In the mellow minute. No, you got another one up. Or no, that was a recent one. Yeah, that was a recent one. Calls it a mellow minute. We'll bring that up. Show part of that. It's just it's kind of short. Heck, you could have made that a shorts video. It's what you should have done with that. Now if it just, there we go. Yeah, you got it in the right aspect for a shorts video. Beating the snot out of it with a hammer. One of those deconstruction hammers. I got one of them. Those things are freaking beasts. Okay, you guys will have to go watch the rest of that on your own. Don't want to get away. I want him to get the view time, not me. Oh, no problem, John. Johnny, we do that. We do that all the time. I haven't done it in a while. We do little showcases, just try to get them on over there. I am gonna grab his link. That's what we do. We try to make it to where we have big families, what we got, and try to help and support each other, and you get more views and subscribers. There's Johnny's link. Oh, Jeff's already ahead of the game. You're about as like Becca and Irene, just too quick. There's a lot going on my end though. But yeah, I used to do some shout outs. We got a real good friend of mine. I've done some a couple collaboration videos with him, and he does every Sunday night. So his name is Boxy. Todd Arnold. It's his real name, but he goes by Boxy Outdoors. I'm going to bring that up. So you guys that don't know of him can go and check him out. But he does showcase videos where he brings up people that are under 1,000 subscribers and showcases their channel, and will work on getting your subscribers up. But you go and watch their video, not just click the subscribe button. You want to give them a thumbs up and a comment, and that locks your subscription in. He didn't do one last weekend. So there's his Foxy's link. And the way he works it is if you get into his live stream and at 8 o'clock, if you are the first post in the comment section at 8 o'clock and you have less than 1,000 subscribers, he will showcase your channel for the next weekend. And he does research on your channel. He checks out your videos, leaves comments, and he'll bring up 2, 3, 4 videos of your channel and brings you up on panel to talk about your channel and your videos. He's a real good guy, real good guy. Oh, Lynn. But I'm going to throw up the invite again. And anybody that wants to come up on panel, we'll give it a shot. Like I said, I may have to close down some tabs, but I just want to kind of see if anything is going to work. Because I like to start bringing people up on panel, start doing some discussion, but I held up pretty good on Becca's live stream. I hope she does more than that one. I hope she does one, do one a week, set a certain day and time and do one every week. What's that, field guide? How do you get up on panel? Is that what you're saying? If it is, you click the link I just posted and follow the directions and then once you do, you got to go, remember, it's going to open another tab. Mute the YouTube side. But just follow the directions and make sure that you got to put a name to get in, and it takes a little bit just first time. Then after that, it's easy. That's another one we're going to bring up. We're going to bring up. Whoops. Do. There it is. Yep. Yes, Kincaid. I'll bring that up. I'll bring that up up here on the thing. Anybody that got just picked up, no, that ain't her channel. Well, God dang it. That might be why, because I do not have a space between words. Duh. For some reason, Irene, I'm not bringing your channel up. I do not know why. I'll probably have to go into my subscribers to find it. There, okay, hold on a second. We'll get with you in a second here, darling. I cannot find it. Why? Oh well. Okay. You see the link I shared to my channel? Hello, Survival. How you doing, buddy? There she is. How you doing tonight, dear? Dear.
Good. Oh, this is weird. I have like a gray screen in front of me. Oh, there it is. Hi. Hey, it actually worked. I don't know if you saw my comment, but I mean, my connection is like your connection's less successful brother. It is so pitiful. It shouldn't even be that way either.
Yeah, we pay. They say I pay for high-speed internet. Yeah, right.
Yeah, same here. And if you have a problem and you call the company, they just ask you for more money, and it never gets any better.
Yeah, you got to pay for them to come out and not do nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the big ripoff. I don't know who is worse, AT&T or the new internet companies. They're all bad. Pardon me while I eat dinner. But I wanted to do an experiment and see if this actually worked, and it's nice to know it does work because I've been thinking about doing live streams, but you know, I don't want to bore people to sleep either.
Well, you just go on and you just sit and chat. That's what's a good thing about it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You know.
I love joining in on the live streams. I have a lot of fun. I learn a lot. And it's nice to make the connection with people.
Yes, it is. I mean, we got a heck of a good community. You know.
Oh, I'll say it
Supporters.
is. I can't believe how much I've learned. In fact, I keep going on the New York State DEC website looking for the trapping class that comes up because I'm watching Trapper Jay and Judith and Dan Davis and J Dub and I mean all of these guys, Boxy. I'm like, man, I can't wait to find out the whole story and really get involved in it.
Well, I think Boxy got me hooked when we went out set that trap line. That's why I was in. J Dub was live just the other night. I think it was last night. Matter of fact, he gave away some foothold traps. The dogless. He gave away like six or eight dogless traps. So I was in on that, trying to get hold of that, and then Jakey Crack gave away some traps, and Becca won 6. One in what do they call them? One in I can't remember. They were 1 and 5/8 or something like that.
You're right. The brain's not working tonight, is it?
Yeah, it ain't
I know
working.
the feeling. That's
But yeah,
really cool.
she's all psyched up about those traps.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to all of them. That's terrific. We have a like an adjunct to the trapper licensing class in New York State, and it's a fur handling class that you can take along with it. You know how to do the tanning of the hides and keep them preserved. I've watched Judith and Dan, and I tell you what, Dan is the most meticulous trapper I've ever seen. Just the way he sets things up. He's so organized. You know, you see those planks of plywood and the furs are up on them. He's got his fan. It's impressive. So I think I'm going to take that adjunct class because I want to know more about what he's doing. You know, the size of the circle that you know you have to put the fur on to stretch it.
Yeah, yeah.
They cover all that stuff, and then how to store it, and they, of course, in both classes, to how to sell everything that you've had and who to connect with, and find out who the other trappers are around the area. There's got to be some guys out in that state land that I hunt. You know, all the videos I make of that state land where I end up getting skunked every time. That place is inundated with beavers, and usually they lock the gate after December 31st. But I think if you're a trapper, I'm pretty sure if you can get the vehicle in there, the DEC will give you a key. And New York State just changed the trapping. And let's see, what did they do? They used to have 3 or 4 sections throughout the entire state. And now it's narrowed down to 2 WMUs, which are wildlife management units. And the reason for that is because the beaver are just taking over. And they extended the season throughout the entire state to April 17th. So that's a good thing. That might give a lot of guys extra time to get out there and get hides and maybe make a little extra money because there's no shortage of beaver in New York State. That didn't sound right. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah, we know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm think I'm going to give it a shot for next season. I'm going to start looking. I might just buy like 6 traps and go from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'd love to get in. They're going to start in March, but I keep looking because sometimes they put them up a little earlier, and I want to get the ones that are a little bit closer to me. Normally in New York State, they're probably 3 to 4 hours away if I wait. So if I get on them quick enough, I might be able to get them within a 50 to 75 mile an hour, or mile an hour, 75-mile radius of my house. I mean, if I miss out on those, I don't mind driving upstate to the Adirondacks. It's a beautiful ride. Just watch
Oh,
the throughway because they're going to get you on the tolls.
yeah, yeah, the set trap line. That's what you're saying.
No,
Get up.
for the class.
Oh, for the classes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely would. I definitely would drive that kind of distance to get that kind of training.
Yeah, absolutely. But my point is, I want to get in on it quick as soon as it starts in March because, well, you got until April 17th. I'm hope even if I set out 2 traps, even if they're weasel traps, it doesn't matter. I just want to get into it. It's chewing on me. It's something I really want to do.
Yeah, I did it back when I was a kid. Did it for
I did too.
2 or 3 years, and things have changed big time since back then. We just went out and I mean the sets and everything else. And it was just me and my best friend, and
Hmm.
we didn't really know much about it. We went to the class and hunting safety and trapping and bird taking, but
So you
we
still
didn't.
have, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We just didn't have a mentor. Someone that knew. Okay, this is where
Yeah.
you put that. This is how you make the set. You know, that's one of the tricks of it.
Well, that's something I really appreciate about Boxy. He is an excellent teacher. I wish his videos were an hour long. I'd watch the whole thing. He's very patient and he's very methodical. A lot like Dan, but Boxy will get a little bit more technical about it.
Yeah, he when he was showing me the sets. That's what got me. He was down like if you remember that last set we put in, using those nails to anchor it to the ground. Because it had a little bit of a rock in it.
Yeah, all those little details because
Yeah,
you don't want to go through all that work and you go out and you check them and there may not be anything there anyways, even if they're perfect, but you want to make sure you cover all the angles because you're putting a lot of time into this
yep, yep.
and you got to stay up on it.
Well, and in PA they give you I think it's 34 hours or something like that you from each time you got to check your trap line.
I think I might be wrong on this. Footholds, I think, are 34 hours in New York, and then there's another. Oh, it slips my mind, but and then there's another trap that you have to check within 24 hours. I'm not sure what that one would be. I'd have to look it up, but they have 2 different time frames for trapping. One of them, I wouldn't want to wait on any of them. If I
Yeah,
had traps out there and I knew I had the time to get out there and check them, even in the dark, you can always put a headlamp on and just be real careful and don't take any chances. But I hate to leave an animal in a trap for too long.
yeah. Boxy during the week he gets off work, and that's what he on the way home. It's on its way to the house. He checks his trap line.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the bet. But yeah, you just got to make sure you get out there and get it taken care of. You don't want to leave the animal suffer too long. Well,
No.
not really. They really don't suffer anyway. Like a foothold or leg hold, the way the traps are made nowadays. It
Oh,
just
tell me
it
about
just
it.
holds them. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a little bit of experience with that. Back in high school, I went to a school down in Hershey, Pennsylvania. You may have heard of it. Milton Hershey School.
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, most opulent orphanage in the world. I'm only a half orphan, but it was made by Milton Hershey, who invented the chocolate bar.
Mm-hmm.
And he and his wife Catherine, back in the 20s and 30s, they didn't have kids, so they started an orphanage for boys. And by 1977, it went co-ed. And then I showed up around 1980, and they had so many opportunities there. They said, "Hey, you want to take a trapping course?" So yeah, I'll do it. Why not? So I did that for one season, and I was pretty lucky. We had so many skunks in that area, and everybody knew who got skunked in the morning. I never did, luckily, but we were mostly trapping muskrats, and that was about it. And we had really good teachers and lots of guidance, but I didn't really stick with it. There were other things going on, but I had a lot of fun doing that. And when I was a little girl, I was notorious for snares, and my father was not too thrilled about that. So we learned together how to build a trap that wasn't going to, I guess maybe in his opinion, cause too much suffering. So
Mm-hmm.
because basically what I was doing was I wasn't doing it to eat. I was looking at it to observe. And I go to the library and I find a book, probably a Boy Scout handbook, that shows how to make a snare. I used to make deadfalls too.
Yep.
Once you crush a mouse or a chipmunk, there's there's not a whole lot to look at. I was interested in taxidermy and stuff like that. So, but what he did for me was he built a the box with the stick. I'm not sure what you call that, and you pull the string from a
Oh,
distance,
okay. Mm-hmm.
or you build like a four square, and then you put the box over it, and when the animal grabs the food off the four square, it pulls the stick, and then the top comes down. So he built it with a window on top, so that I could look down inside and observe the animal, and then let it go, because I wasn't planning on eating any of them.
Yeah, that's the thing with Pennsylvania. Snares and deadfalls you can't use. It's
Right.
because of the like like you get a hanging snare. You use a tree as your power lift to lift the animal off the ground.
Yeah, it's like
You know.
a catapult
Yep.
almost.
So you can't. They call it it's only cable restraint. It's got to be a cable to where it just restrains the animal to where it can't leave.
Exactly.
But yep, and deadfalls. I mean, I made deadfalls too, just to see if I can do it because you never know.
Yeah, it's
Some
a good, real good thing to learn. I pinched a lot of fingers, but it was fun to do it.
the
I was
figure
about 7 or 8 when I started doing that stuff. I'm sorry, what was that?
the figure fours where you get your fingers.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I can remember. That's how I learned how to swear. Trying to get those things together. They have to be just the right size, and you can't just throw it together. It's got to be pretty precise when you carve that little notch to fit into slot A into slot B. It's got to be just right. Yeah,
Yeah, I think I'm going to give it a shot next year. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. If my during the winter it might be a little tougher for me
mm,
because the arthritis just don't like winter. I mean, I used to love it, but my body says nope.
yeah, yeah. That's what's sending a lot of people south. Luckily, knock on wood, I'm still pretty tough, but I'm sure the day's gonna come where I'm just gonna have to call it. But I
Yeah,
went snowshoeing today. Had a wonderful time doing that.
yeah. You had a little video just what was it? Just a day or
Oh,
two ago.
the
Your
cross country skiing.
your trail cam. Your trail
Oh,
cam.
yeah, that there wasn't much going on, but I thought, you know what, just because it's entertaining to a point, and you might as well throw up a video if you put one together because you want to get views. But yeah, those are my old snow tracks, and putting together a video that I did today on how to tie traditional bindings with nylon cord. Because I went cross country skiing at the center across the river last weekend, and I see these new ones, and they're all plastic and buckles. My God, they look like Iron Maidens. So it's like, what the heck is that? That doesn't even look like a snowshoe to me. But that's what people want. The problem with it is, before the forest manager, Black Rock Forest, in my town, retired, he had to buy a snowmobile. And the reason he had to do that is because people were coming into the forest and they would get out mile and a half and everything would freeze up and they'd break a buckle or two. They couldn't use their snowshoes anymore.
Mm.
So when I decided, and then, they're calling him on the cell phone. He's sitting home in a warm house. He's got to get on that snowmobile and drive out and help these people. You cannot leave them out there. And so I thought, when I found these snowshoes in an antique store, I thought, you know what, I'm going to go with the old school because then I can do my own binding. And if you use a nylon cord, it's going to absorb a lot of water and it's going to freeze eventually. But you'll see in the video, if you get time to watch it, I'm going to put it up the next day or two. All you got to do is snap it, or you just put your hands on it and the warmth will melt the ice. And you got a long piece of rope on your snowshoe. So you can't really go wrong with that. I mean, you could do a little bit shorter. I'll explain that in the video. But if you're out in the woods and something goes wrong, you need an extra piece of rope. You're all set.
Yeah.
So I guess you could call that like my first bushcraft video, the one that I'm about to put out. But
Good.
that's the way I want to do it. And it loosens up sometimes, but I feel a lot safer using a nylon rope.
Yeah, Kate, Colin was asking me how does it pull on a new bow?
That
Yeah,
bow is beautiful.
I strung it up, pulled it a few times. I just wanted to make sure I would be because I had sold rotator cuff surgery done on the shoulder, so ever since then, compound bows out of question. I can't hold it. I can pull it. I can get it to draw over,
Yeah,
but
it's
I can't
holding in
hold
one.
it. Yeah, I can only hold. I can only hold it steady for a few seconds or so, but I can't hold it long enough to where if I need to keep it anchored. So I was going to a crossbow, but I was able to pull that back, and because whenever I did shoot a longbow, well, I shot one longbow, it was a friend of mine's, but I had a recurve years ago, and I mostly do instinctive, and that's what I want to get back into. That's what I'm gonna. So I think it's gonna do the trick.
Did you ever think of getting a crank on a crossbow?
I can set this one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can hand set
Yeah,
it.
because once you get it back and the safety's on, you're good to go. But yeah, if you're right about the compound.
Yeah, I have the caulking rope, so
Mhm.
I could just pull the string up into place, and it's not too bad. But if it comes down to where I need to put a crank on it, I can put one on that one.
Yeah, that recurve is really pretty.
Yeah, I really like it. My last recurve I had, it developed a twist. I let my boy borrow it because I was shooting compound. That's when I was shooting competition, and
Mm.
I was more into the compounds, and I didn't have time to shoot the recurve, and he wanted to use it, and he he sat it in the corner, and it sat there for too long, and it developed a twist in the limb.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, that was the end of that bow.
Gee,
But
that's something I never knew about those. Hmm.
yeah, you definitely don't set a bow in a corner, lean it up in the corner because it will unstrung or even strung because it develops a twist. You
Okay.
hang it, so it's or unstring it and hang it.
It's like that with fly rods too. You're not supposed to put them in a corner because you're going to ruin the tip.
Yep, yep. And then like the bamboo fly rods, the older ones.
I have
So
one. I have one from the 1950s.
I got a old set of bamboo rods. I can't remember how old they are. They are old, but yeah, you lean them in a corner, even if it's a breakdown fly rod too. You know,
Mhm.
they're so long. The pieces are probably 2.5, 3 feet long. But if you lean them in the corner, it will,
They'll ruin it.
bend. It's like it's taking a stick and leaning it against a tree. Over time, it'll bow.
That's right.
You
When you say it's a breakdown, are you talking about it wouldn't happen to come with like 2 extra tips, would it?
know?
Is that what you mean by that?
No, no. It's right here. Which I'm talking.
Oh, the bow. I thought you meant I was referring to the bamboo fly rods. But no,
Oh yeah,
please.
take down. You can
Gotta love that thing.
take it apart and take the limbs apart. So that's. But I should be practicing what I preach. I didn't realize I still had it together, sitting in the corner like that.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I didn't even catch that until you said something. Shame on you.
But yeah, the fly fishing rod I have, it's bamboo. It's four or five piece.
Oh, that's a big one. What is that, 9.5 feet or so?
Yeah, I bet. I haven't used it. It was my dad's, so
Oh,
I have it set up, laying flat on the shelf in the other room, so
mhm.
it doesn't doesn't get warped or anything. And
That's
I
right.
still I still got the reel too, but I haven't used it. I should put it back together and give it a shot.
Yeah, why not? I have one here. This guy was a baseball player. I'm trying to look up the name. Somebody gave this to me. I can't use it on the one I have. Oh, Ted Williams.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a Ted Williams fly rod, and it's got his
nice.
name right on it. Isn't that cool?
That's cool. Still
Yeah,
got line and all that on it.
yeah. It's still got the line. This is the leader, and it's dry. I wouldn't fish with it. This is
Yeah.
too heavy for the rod that I have. The rod that I have, I inherited from a friend who passed away years ago, and her rod was made by Orvis, and it was made for her when she was just a kid. She wasn't even 10 years old yet, and she used to fish the tiny streams in Dorset, Vermont. Tiny streams, real tight ones. So when
Hmm.
they made this for her, they only made it to be 5.5 feet long. That's a tiny fly rod. But what's so special about it is they put her name on it. That's how
Nice.
custom it's made. And it was in its original uh, aluminum tube, and the serial number was her name. I thought that was really special. So when she died, I inherited this. And the resting tips that I was talking about apply to this rod, and it comes with 2 tips. And that's what that's called. It's called a resting tip. So one day you use the one tip and then keep track of it. And then if you go out the next day or the next time, use the other tip and let the other one rest. I think that's pretty cool.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't learn that. Well, I live pretty close to the Roscoe Fly Fishing Hall of Fame. Roscoe, New York, Junction Pool, famous for fly fishing. Yeah, I'm
Hmm.
not too far from there. So when I started to use this rod, which was great, I went up just on a day trip, and I talked to the guys at the museum, and they said, do not be afraid to use that, because when you don't use it, that's when it dries out and it can split. It's an octagon bamboo. And
Oh, huh.
they said, get that thing out and use it. Always use it. Don't be afraid of it. So what I ended up doing for the reel, I couldn't put the Ted Williams on there because it's too heavy. It's a real lightweight. Um, I just got a cheap plastic one from Walmart. And they said that would be fine. But they said, when you're ready to get serious about the reel, bring it up and we'll custom fit it. So I need
Uh,
to get back up there. Oh yeah, the Roscoe Fly Fishing Hall of Fame, amazing area. It's God's
well,
country up there, very famous.
I wonder if to keep the rod from drying, would putting like linseed oil or boiled linseed oil on it or anything like that. Would that? I wonder if that would keep it.
That's a
You
good
know,
question. Yeah, nobody mentioned it when I was up there, but when I go back up to get the reel put on, I'll definitely check that out. Because, you know,
yeah,
you figure you're using it April 1st through maybe June, you know, and then it gets so hot that, you know, there's not a whole lot happening. You can fish right through October.
yeah,
But if you're not, you know, if you're going to move on to other things, September starts small game, starts squirrel season here. So you figure it's going to be sitting around at least from September until the following April. So, well,
yeah.
so far, what's that?
Our trout. I think it's in. I think it's in the spring. I think our trout season opens up same day as turkey, spring turkey. So
What?
that's the way it was a few years ago. I don't know about now. I'd have to look it up.
Well, that's a conflict of interest. That's not fair.
Yeah,
You can't be in
yeah.
two places at one time. What were
Sit
they
on the
thinking?
sit on the bank of the creek with your shotgun and your fishing. Hey,
Somebody
I'm
needs to
gonna.
talk to your game commissioner.
Yeah, really.
He's playing a
I'm gonna
dirty
try
trick.
this. I'm gonna try this, guys, and see if it works. We are gonna bring up one of your videos.
Oh,
Your last
nice.
one, the one
You,
you
you
put
know,
up just a
you know,
couple
it's
days
funny
ago.
when JV was doing the Wheel of Fortune there. I think did Tom Ritter come up? I'm not sure, but Tom was like, Christ, don't bring up one of mine. It's like watching paint dry, and I kind of feel the same about one of mine. You know,
We
because
may have a
you were
little.
what's that?
We may have a little. Yeah, it ain't gonna work because I'm getting your
Yeah.
audio is breaking up and all that when I'm trying to bring it up. So yeah, that ain't gonna.
Oh,
We can't do that. It'll
hmm.
just dump either me or dump you off the live stream. So,
Okay. Well, you know, maybe we're better off because I don't want to bore people. Well, you know, we have to. I really enjoy making videos, and the reason I started doing it last year, uh, I started with edible wild plants because when this whole nonsense mess went down, I noticed a lot of people were, you know, they were clearing out the stores of food and that crazy toilet paper mess. But I saw that people were starting to eat things out of the woods that they shouldn't be eating. I saw people eating hostas. You know, hostas are that landscaping plant that people usually have along their walkway or something. I'm like,
yeah,
this one
yeah,
will do. That comes from, it comes from a place in Japan up in the mountains, and then over the years it was propagated, and now there's like God, there's got to be probably 25 to 50 different varieties. But I'm
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I would rather starve than eat a hosta plant out of my freaking front yard. That's nuts. So I started to do some videos on real wild edibles that you could actually get real vitamin C from, and you're not gonna, you know, like turn your gut into a twisted mess by eating a hosta. And then it just became fun. So, and I like to tell people things. My context, or just the way I put my videos together, still isn't the greatest. I'm getting better at editing, but you had just put out a video about some tips for, you know, making videos with a phone. They were good, and then I go out and I go to do, I think it was the shed hunt that I did with the phone. And what am I doing? One of the cardinal rules. I'm filming right into the sun. I'm like, oh God. Greg just talked about this, and here I am doing the wrong thing.
Hey, I still do it every now and then too. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's just the best practices. And I still haven't got. I mean, I did touch on that. Angles and getting the best angles for your shot.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's there's a few people out there. I mean, it don't bother me, but it's like, well, getting a shot when they got the camera sitting low and you're almost looking up to people's noses. You know,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've
Uh,
seen a lot of videos where people do that.
yeah, and then I was on a watching a live stream last night, and the fellow was up on panel, and but his camera is it's like up by the ceiling looking down on him.
Huh.
But you can't even see his face because he's wearing a hat. You can't even see his face. It's just like why, you know,
Yeah.
if you're up there talking, you can put it off to the left or right, but at least let us see what see your face and what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah. It's nice to look somebody in the eyes. Composition. That was the word I was trying to think of. My composition is still a little crappy, but it'll take time to get that together. And it would be great to get out into the woods and actually shoot something. So how to save ammo on state land. I got to tell you something. I wrote a letter to New York Outdoor News about it. I have no problem with people learning how to hunt. I've mentored some people, and it's just a wonderful experience. Everybody should be able to do it. The problem is, in New York State, the first number off the online hunter safety program was about in August was 50,000 statewide new hunters.
wow.
Great, right? Well,
Well, yeah, pandemic, not better to do.
right. Everybody was home. They had time to go out. I understand what it's like to hunt on crowded land. But then I saw the number was 100,000. And then on top of that, we ended up with EHD. In fact, in September, I didn't film it because I just didn't feel it was the right thing to do. But I went out the third week in September, and I fed just like Boxy did. Boxy had a video of a dead buck near a water source. Well,
Oh yeah, yep.
yeah, out on the western side of the state land where I hunt, there's a farmer out there. His last name is Rowe, and for ages he's had the right to farm the state land. He probably leases it or something, and he's got some irrigation ditches out there. Well, I park out on the west side and I walk in, thinking it's going to be a great squirrel hunting day, and I got to tell you, the woods stunk. It was kind of a warm day, but it had a funny smell. And I knew about the EHD, but it wasn't really on my mind when I was walking out there until I walked up to this irrigation ditch and I found two dead bucks.
Mm.
And when we had and it looked like they had just died too. I mean, they had flies around their eyes, and it didn't even look like a skunk got to them yet on the rear end. But I called the DC and let them know, and then they remove the carcass and they do their investigation. But when this EHD hit, we had a terrible drought. The bucks were still in velvet, and when the midges came out, I mean, they just tore them up.
Mm.
There was nothing they could do. They couldn't get away from that, and they were literally dropping like flies over
Wow.
at the state land that I was in, and that was the smell that I was smelling. There were other deer that were dead in the forest that just weren't discovered yet. It
Yep.
was really a shame. So when we got into deer season, I heard reports from a couple of people who hunt over there. They said they just sat there for days on end and saw absolutely nothing. They saw a lot of young deer. They saw some does. Some I don't know the entire story and how well everybody did, but if everybody, I hate to say it like this, but if everybody does something, then really nobody can do it because is it conservation or is it a money grab on the part of the DEC? Because they made a fortune off of that. Normally in person it's free, but online it costs money. And they
Mm-hmm.
did it through a company down in Texas. And I think they did a pretty good job. But, when I took my hunter safety back in 1984, you had these guys who were seasoned. I mean, they were 2 years old with a shotgun in their hands. They walked to high school with a 12 gauge and left it outside. And on the way home, they hunted. So they had tons and tons of experience. And the problem with the online was you didn't get that firsthand experience,
Yep.
unfortunately.
That's the way
And
it was back when
yeah,
I was.
I'm sorry, I'm a babbler.
Hello, Becca. How are you?
Hey Becca, how's it going?
in JV. He says he's a money grabber.
Hi, JV.
But yeah, back when I took my hunter safety course, 13, 14, whatever, how I can't remember now. Yeah, that was back when you sat in a cabin out there and and learned from the guys that has been doing it for years.
Yeah, and they gave you firsthand experience, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I remember there were a couple of stories they told us that were horrendous, but it sticks in your head. That's what makes you handle the gun the right way and keep that safety on and make sure that your barrels are clean and there's nothing obstructing it. And is it loaded or is it unloaded?
Yeah, it's not like learning online to where,
No.
Anybody, you go to those classes online, and if you want the answers to a certain, say you got to do a test. All they got to do is just click another tab open and go to Google and get the answers, copy them, and they didn't learn nothing.
Right. Exactly. Now, in New York State, they require you to do the homework before you go into the class, which is usually hard copy. You can do it online, but when I've had other people, especially women, they'll say, "Oh, I want to take the hunter safety, but I'm afraid to go alone." Yeah. Oh, what am I thinking?
Yep.
Here we go. Now we're twins. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
This is my new fishing hat. Geez, what was I saying? Now I lost my train of thought. I got so excited about the hat. I didn't realize it because I have an iPad, so my screen isn't exactly large. I don't see detail all that well, even with these things on.
Oh, don't feel bad. Same here.
Yeah.
If I can't see something, even with my glasses on, I got to add to it.
Here we go. Same
Yeah.
thing. It's funny. Oh, I know what I was saying. I've had a lot of girlfriends over the years who wanted to become hunters, and they were afraid to go to the class because they thought that they would be outnumbered by guys, and you usually are. But so what? It's still a lot of fun. So, yeah, some of these stories kind of scare a lot of them out of it. For the most part, they just, yeah, come on in, JV. Let them in, Greg.
Yeah, we'll bring them up. See if I can, if my bandwidth will hold up.
Oh yeah, the less successful brother. But yeah, unfortunately, they just wanted to get this certification under their belts. But sometimes the stories will scare them. Like my trapping course, I have a girlfriend who wants to come with me on that. She can come with me, but I'm afraid she'll probably get her certification, but I don't think she's going to go through with it. But it's still a great thing to learn, and it better be in person. I took what did I take at the Orange County Sheriff's Office this past summer? I took a tactical handgun course, and you had to take your mask off and you sat down and you were 6 feet apart. So I hope when they do these classes, they're all in person because it makes all the difference.
We're going to see if it'll hold up. We were getting a little bit of funky in my audio, but we're going to bring them up too.
Hey, JV.
There he is.
Hey, I feel like I should be wearing my Geo Bushcraft shirt though.
I'm hoping it holds up. I'm getting a little bit of audio glitching.
Sound good to me.
Yeah, it sounds perfect on this end. Am I breaking up?
No,
yeah,
good.
Okay. How's the weather out there, JV?
Cold.
Yeah.
I just took a 8-hour drive north.
Oh, great.
Just kept getting colder and colder and colder and colder. I was glad to get back.
I think we're at about 15 here, which is pretty moderate, actually.
Yeah, let me share this out. I forgot to do that already.
I don't know how long it's going to hold up.
Yeah, if you have to kick me, you can kick me.
Yep. See? It was working good with one up on panel.
I have no idea what's happening.
I said it sounds good to me.
Yeah, everything looks
Yeah,
perfect.
hold on a second.
Can anybody in chat comment and see if they're seeing anything different?
Yeah, I can't barely understand either one of you.
No, we can hear you just fine.
Yeah, I can hear both of you perfectly.
Yeah, because both of your screens are froze up.
Oh, we just lost them.
Oh, it's too much. I'll jump out of here when he gets back.
No, that's funny.
If this is our show now. Greg, get
Yes,
down in
no.
the chat where you belong.
I remember something like this happened before, and you said to Greg, it's like watching an old man trying to use a microscope or something.
A blind man try to use a microscope.
Oh, blind man. I'm sorry, Greg. You're not an old man. Greg's only about 3 years older than I am, so I shouldn't say anything like that. Yeah. Crazy. Oh my God.
I can't wait till he gets his new internet. It sucks he can't hardly ever do these things.
Yeah, I know. Well, mine is just as bad, and the only reason I'm up on panel tonight is because I wanted to see what my iPad was capable of, and the internet was doing pretty good tonight. I think mine is worse than his, honestly.
Yeah. I know it's cold there. I think you guys got more snow than we did, though, there in Iowa, bud. You kind of missed us. We got a little bit till about 9 this morning. Snowed a little harder last night, but roads are fine. I was going 80 the whole way.
I'm just trying to figure out on my iPad how I can see the chat.
There should be a comment thing. Do you see where it says comments?
I'm
or
only
chat?
I'm seeing chat, and then the screen turns gray. And oh, wait a minute.
Hit the Oh, don't hit the X. Now I'm the only one here. This is the JV show, people. Who's trying to come back? Somebody's trying to come back. I don't know who it is. Well, I'm waiting for you to come up so I can jump down because I don't want to jump down. I might end the stream. Gio got young and good looking, didn't he? JV show. JV show. I'm a bad influence. So, what should we talk about on the JV show tonight? Furry. Actually, I think he's got a bigger beard than I do. Oh. There's somebody buffering. I don't know who's trying. I don't know if that's Greg trying to get back up here. That's Irene. All right.
Boy.
Now that you're here, I'm going to jump back out of here and you can let Irene back up here. All right.
Holy crap. I don't know what the heck's happening now.
I'll jump out of here so you can get Irene back up here.
Okay. Irene, you will, if you want to come back up, I will give you the link again. But wow, did that mess things up? It was working pretty good there. Yeah, I couldn't get back in. And then when I did get back in, I had black screens. And then it booted me out. And I came back in and JV was there and Irene was gone. I guess that's not going to work. I could do one. One at a time. Getting a little gurgling at the bottom of a pipe. There we go. Got snagged and trying to see chat. I put the link back up there for you, Irene, if you want to come back up. So I can only at this time do one person up on panel until I get better in that. Wow, holy crap. And I don't even have my Wi-Fi on. Doing any leather crafts? I've done some. I made a new strap for my my powder horn, but I'm thinking about getting back into doing some leather work. There she is.
Hi.
I guess StreamYard didn't like that.
Well, I was trying to find. Yeah, I don't. What happened to you? All of a sudden, you disappeared.
Well, too many people up on the stream, and it eats up my bandwidth. Where'd you go? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I just need to get the leather to and start.
Sorry,
You hit the
sorry
wrong
about
button.
that.
You hit the wrong button, didn't you?
No, actually, I forgot to mute the other live stream before I entered
Oh.
the. What is this? The StreamYard. Yeah, I'm still new to all this stuff, so if I screw up, I can't see the chat from my iPad, and that's what went wrong. I tried to bring it up. I was asking JV, and I'm pressing buttons, and then all of a sudden I disappeared.
What you can do is open another tab.
The phone.
Oh, okay, you got your phone.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just do that.
Because
Yeah,
you can open another tab and then just go to the live stream, but have it muted and just watch the chat on the YouTube side.
It's probably too much for the service.
Yeah, what happened is my bandwidth is so slow, and my download and upload speed, and it just eats up all that what I can get, and it just either drops me or drops guests on the panel. But it's holding good with one person, but once JV jumped in, and that that took care of it.
It's his incredible personality. It just couldn't handle all of them.
That's right.
And I live in a hole. I live in like a gully, like a stream valley. And there's a cell phone tower not far from me. It's maybe a mile up the road, but it's so high up on the hill, it just seems to miss us here. It's like we're hidden.
You need to put a cell signal booster antenna outside your place. That's what you need.
Okay. Let me write that down because I'll forget.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll do that.
it'll pick up the cell signal, and it will boost it inside the house, and then you can it'll boost it back out too. So, because I'm looking at data internet, using data for my internet connection.
Well, most of the time, that's all we can do is use that.
Yeah, I'm on DSL, which is awful. But with data, even I went and got a Verizon hotspot, little hotspot box, to where you can carry it anywhere. It's like it's like a low, just a internet box where anybody can connect to it as long as they have my password. So if I'm out in the woods and I need a better internet connection, I can connect to it. So it's the same aspect, but you got an antenna outside your house, and it draws in the signal and it boosts it back out, whatever you're sending.
I'm definitely going to look that up, because when I took a college class last year around October, everything was good in September, and then around October, all of a sudden, everybody in the area was having a problem with the internet. And I saw it on Facebook, and of course, you call the company. We have Spectrum. We also have Frontier, and like I said earlier, they just want you to keep throwing money at the problem, but they don't solve anything. So that might be the answer. Thank you for that advice. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just look it up at just punch in Google like 4G home internet.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Hi, Heath. How you doing?
Hello, Frontier. He's back. That's another channel I should have brought up my buddy's channel.
Well, I'll step aside if you want to bring him up. That's fine.
Oh, that's fine. We're good.
Okay.
I'm going to put his link down.
Definitely.
But
Frontier Survival is a damn good channel.
I do need to go to open another tab though. It's going to take me a short bit to get there.
Oh, Heath, I'm the field guide. Oh, it's so nice to see the chat. It's nice to see what people are saying behind your back.
I thought Frontier knew you.
Yeah, he does, but
I thought he did.
yeah,
I just don't have the names. I just don't have the names up down below either. But
that's fine. No big deal.
it's like I can turn it on. There we go. I'm going to throw his link up here for everybody.
Definitely. Heath has got a really good channel. And oh my goodness, his backyard. I live up in the woods off of Woods Road, but I want to, if the SHIT ever really hits the fan, Heath, I'm going to be pitching a tent in your backyard.
He's right by the mountains too. He's in the mountains.
It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
I Google Earth this place once because I want to get down that way. I just Google Earth it, just curious. And yeah, that's a nice area where he's at.
I just got an invite. I might be showing up someday. Hopefully things aren't going to get any worse, but God, it's just been so crazy. What a year. And I don't know if anybody's ever noticed in any of my videos, but I live about 60 miles north of New York City. And a lot of people hate it. But let me tell you something. The best part of going to the city is coming home to the woods, because when you're coming over the George Washington Bridge and you look to your left, the city is lit up like a beacon. And then you turn to your right and you look up the Hudson River and it's completely black. And it's a good feeling. I've stayed overnight in the city, but not too often. But coming home from the city was a lot of fun. But New York City was really a special, special place until it took a complete dump last year. and, and a lot of these stores, they're still boarded up. They're not open. The Bodegas, I think even Coach and, Ralph Lauren and Madison Avenue is still all boarded up. It's really a shame.
Yeah, if one of the mods can start, throw up links out there, for, we don't have many in here. We don't got 8 in
Oh,
here. But
thanks, Jeff.
thank you, JV, for sharing it out. I just got that notification out. 15 minutes ago is when you did it. See, that's how long it takes me to get my notifications. Not as bad as my cell service. I'll get text messages that were, did you get my text? No. When did you send it? 2 days ago. And then bang, I've had that happen. Beep. Oh, there's your text. They're right there in front of me.
Hopefully it's never an emergency.
Yeah, really.
I get the same thing. It's so pitiful. Sometimes I say the internet doesn't even exist. It's just a figment of our imagination. Jeff, I gotta put my glasses back on. I can't see the chat. Same thing. It's so pitiful.
I had to go back to my channel just so I can see. It's weird. I get the chat window, whatever somebody chats first there than I do here. It's like,
How many screens do you've got like 3 or 4 screens there?
I got 3 screens. Yeah.
Yeah. I have 2.
2's good enough. That's mostly what I use is 2 screens, but I have the third one for whenever I'm doing editing, because then I can bring up all my files and leave them there, and then I bring up my preview. I'll separate the preview screen over here on this one, and then over on this one I'll have the timeline, and so I can see, really scrub through and see things, and it works out pretty good.
You're right, Heath. It is a good thing. Things are going pretty smooth.
Well, Heath, you weren't in here earlier, so that's a good thing that everything is streaming good for you tonight. Well, when JV came in, it went to hell. I got dropped. Then I tried to come back in, and then I couldn't see nothing. Black screens. Then it dumped me again, and then I come back in, and then it booted Irene. And
Well, I kind of did that to myself when I was trying to see the chat, but now I have a solution, so thank goodness for the cell phone. I miss my copper landline, though. There's nothing that beats a copper landline. There could be an apocalypse going on outside that door, and I could still call somebody with the old copper, but Verizon came along and decided that they didn't want us to have that anymore. They wanted to switch everybody over to Vios. And I wouldn't have any of it because they were going to have to tear up the entire front yard, unfortunately. So now it's just a cell phone. And
so you don't have cable, or?
No, I turned off. It wasn't easy to do, but I turned off cable about 8 years ago. It's going on 9 years now. I thought I'd miss it. I don't miss it one bit. Not one bit. And I went over to a friend's house to see the Super Bowl. Nah. I'm not interested in having TV just to see certain things. And the news, I mean, basically, if there's anything going on out there, the news made it up. You want to see a conspiracy theory? Turn on the news.
Oh God.
I have no use for it whatsoever.
They keep back, they make up their own rules,
Oh, well, I truthfully, I think the government owns all of the news, period. all of it. I don't think they've had free reign probably maybe since the 60s or possibly the 70s.
Yeah, they're getting paid off.
Yeah, yeah, and they're being told what to say. And I mean, when I talk to people, nobody's using critical thinking anymore. They're just going by what that damn tube says. Well, it's not a tube anymore. Now it's flat screen. But that's all you hear people say is everything they heard. It's like, Jesus, you know, people, can we start thinking for ourselves? We used to. Has anybody ever seen the video? Well, it's on YouTube. What was it? 60 Minutes. It was about the scam that was the 1976 swine flu epidemic. If you get a chance, look up 60 Minutes, swine flu, 1976. It was a complete scam. In fact,
Yeah.
when this whole thing came out, the first thought that came to my mind last year was, this is just like AIDS. Remember AIDS? It was the same thing. Everybody was in a great big panic. You know, it was kind of a different dynamic. This time they went after the economics. That was the big
Yeah.
problem. There are still people living out of their car.
No, Uncle Josh just said, new to your channels, what would you say is the number one tool for wilderness survival? Or is it seasonal? You know, I'd say the number one tool for if you're going out into the woods, either hunting or just walking or bushcrafting, whatever, is a good full tang knife. Because it's versatile. You know, you can use it for anything. Cut down wood or make firewood, and just make cordage with it, or it's just an all around thing. That would be the number one. Whenever I go out, if I'm just going out for a hike, I always carry my knife on my side.
Yeah, you put up on Facebook something about men who carry pocket knives, and I felt a little weird about commenting on it because I have always had a pocket knife my entire life. My favorite one right now is a Schrade Scrimshaw with a squirrel on it. Got it at a gun show a few years ago. I love it.
Oh yeah, huh. It's scrimshawed, huh?
Yeah, check it out. It's the real deal. I got it over here.
Yeah, I've been looking into scrimshawing for my powder horns.
Can you see it? Nice looking knife. It's well worn.
Yeah.
And it's real whale bone.
Okay, whalebone. I was going to ask you what it was, whalebone or ivory.
Right, it is whale. And when I got this, somebody for my birthday wanted to put my initials on the back, and when he took it to a guy who did that, he said, this is a good 50-year-old knife. He said, I don't want to take the chance of cracking it, or it might not break. It might just end up with hairline cracks in it, and then eventually it'll fall apart.
Yeah.
So this is my favorite right now. I love this knife, and it's hard. The steel is just incredible. It's hard to dull it out. I've used it on all kinds.
Keeps a good edge, huh?
Keeps a really nice edge. And I just use a regular kitchen knife sharpener. Yeah, it just says Schrade, USA. I'm not sure what the steel would be or where it came from. No, I'm not positive about that, but it's some tough stuff.
This here, I leave this sitting right here on my computer desk. It don't go nowhere because this was my grandfather's.
Wow.
But I have one just like it that my dad carried. Exact same thing. And but this is how much my grandfather used this knife. That was a full.
Yeah.
That's a full length blade. I'll close it. It would have, if you can see, It would have went all the way to the end. That was the full length blade at one time. That's
Oh.
how much he used it. He
Oh, it
sharpened it
looks
and
it.
sharpened it and sharpened it and
Yeah.
he carried that for I don't know how long. He used it mostly, working around the garage, the house, or whatever. And this blade's been shortened, and then it has the awl. But yeah, it stays right here just because this was my grandfather's, and then my dad carried it. Then my dad got a new one, and I got that one also. And that's the one I carry. But I shouldn't carry it because I may lose it. I should put it up too.
That thing looks like an artifact.
Oh God, this thing is so old. I don't even see a name on it. It just says USA on it.
That's always a good thing. We want to see more of that.
Yeah, it don't have any names on the blades anywhere except for where it says USA.
Jeez,
That's it.
look at that.
That's it. Yeah, that sucker's old. But yeah, I should put my dad's away too, just to have, so I don't lose it. I probably would. That'd be my luck. Give it to my great.
Laura the Explorer, why do you say that? I've never heard that before. That's curious.
What's that? Love.
She
What?
said gifted pocket knives should always be given with a penny.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Huh.
A penny?
Should always be given with a penny. I never heard of that. Okay, then she needs to explain herself.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Got me wondering now.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I could think of with that is, the back of the old pennies, where the oh, what's that? Oh, geez, I should be ashamed of myself. What is that? The Lincoln Memorial on the back of a penny. If
Oh
you
yeah,
scrape
yeah.
Yeah, if you scrape against it with another penny, or I guess maybe even with a knife, sounds like a squirrel chattering.
Oh, the squirrel call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Penny squirrel. Yeah,
Absolutely.
penny squirrel calls. Yeah, they say too, if you take 2 quarters and you put them together and just rub them.
The ends, yeah. But they're not solid anymore. They've got, our coins are made of so many fillers that they actually wear down. So you have to get new ones. I'm not sure really why. I just know it to be so. That's something to look up.
Yeah, got me wondering.
I guess, I don't know, maybe that's good luck. Like, if you get a new car, the Italians would throw, 4 quarters underneath your floor mat for good luck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just got a new car, I don't know, about 4 years ago, and yeah, my Italian neighbor said, hang on a minute, and he dug in his pocket, he got 4 quarters out and threw them on the floor on the passenger side. It's supposed to mean good luck.
Huh, never knew that.
And you're never, even when you vacuum, you are never supposed to move those quarters, because then you're just going to jinx yourself.
My present as a gift was for friendship between a giver and a recipient. The only way around an unfortunate outcome is to tape a penny to the knife. Huh. She must have Googled that.
That works. That's fine.
The coin must be promptly removed and returned to the giver as a form of symbolic payment.
Oh, that's cool.
That's kind of neat. Did not know that.
Thank you, Becca.
That gives me something to research a little bit more into.
I'm always researching. Jeez,
Yeah.
The things I want to do for a hobby, I'm like, oh my God, do I really want to dig through the books again or through the internet? Sometimes I just don't want to.
I get into. My wife says I have too many hobbies.
It's easy to do.
But
That's the thing, though. It's healthy. It shows a healthy curiosity and a healthy mind.
yeah, keeps me out of the bars. And the one thing I just learned, want to look into. I looked into it a little bit because I'm into the black powder, flintlocks, on napping flint,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and I was looking at trying to find out, okay, how do they make these? So I looked up a few videos in English, the English flint and how they make these flints, and I had to order some flints for mine because I only got one good flint, and I always need to have an extra, in case it goes dull and you can't nap it anymore. You need to put a new flint in. So I ordered up some flints, and I got one. It works real good. It's nice small, but these ones are way too wide. These are for flintlocks that I ordered. They're just,
That does look big.
yeah, they're just too wide for the frizzen, which my frizzen might be that wide. So I need to find out how to nap about this much of the flint off of it,
Yeah, without shattering the whole thing.
without shattering the whole thing. I got two of them that I need to do. So I'm going to do a little more research.
Yeah, hey, go to the University of YouTube. You can learn anything. Somebody said that once and it stuck in my head. I'm like, you know what? It is the University of YouTube. Christ, I learned how to fix my mower, my John Deere. I have one of the early zero turn radius push behinds. It's got a transmission on it, and it just wouldn't start. So I went on YouTube and I took the whole thing apart. I started with the carburetor because that was the most obvious, and then from there I said, you know what? I did that. Why don't I just take the whole engine apart? So I did, and the thing runs like a top.
Uncle Josh is an example of a full tang bush knife or bushcraft knife. I've been waiting. I could really show you a great knife if it ever get here. I want a knife, or I had a buddy of mine making a knife for me, and it's been in the mail since last Wednesday. So it's been over a week and almost a week and a half now, just waiting for snail mail to get here. But I can show you what I was using. No, I can't. It's out. It's out in my one bag, and that bag is in the car.
It's too cold to go out there tonight. Stay in.
I ain't going outside. But a full tang is I do have a full tang knife. It's mighty big. I use this for bushwhacking. I kind of use it as a machete, but no, that's a knife.
Oh, that's a beauty.
That's a big one. But yeah, full tang. Uncle Josh, means the blade travels all the way through the handle, and then your scales are put on each side and pinned. That's a full tang knife. And the thicker the blade, the more sturdy it is, as you would know. But yeah, I use this for like taking out when I'm trailblazing, cutting branches or whatever, if I'm going through a pretty thick area hunting but that's a full tang knife. But a bushcraft knife, what, 4 to 5 inch blade tops. And then there's different types.
I need a brush hog when I go into the state land. Good Lord.
Machete.
Oh, a machete. I mean, even swinging a machete out there, those prickers will grab a hold of you. I ripped the arm off my hunting jacket about 4 years ago out there. It was so bad. I was trying to beat the bushes for Charlie to get some rabbits to come out. And I got so stuck, I could literally put my weight into these prickers and not fall on the ground. And I was like, how am I going to get out of this? I couldn't ask him to come in because he would have gotten sucked in too. I mean, it was like being in quicksand. So I just had to throw my weight into it to get out of it, and I ripped the arm right off my jacket. I sewed it back on though, but yeah, brush hog would do good because I literally do hunt. It's state land, but I literally hunt a ghost town. There are actually 3 towns out there. It was part of Maybrook, Rock Tavern, and Rocklet. And they were all kicked out because it became a buffer zone for Stewart Airport in Newburgh, New York.
I see everybody
Hey,
talking.
Cody. Are you losing me?
No, someone was saying something about back. I guess it's a backbone guy came in trying to find it. What he was saying. I'm just looking back in the chat. There it is, Backbone Outdoors. I didn't see you come in there, buddy. Thank you for stopping. But yeah, someone can grab his link and throw it on up there. I would like to check it out. But the more the merrier, you know, new people coming in, like Uncle Josh and 1 Ton Fishing. I mean, I know 1 Ton Fishing. I need to get over there to his channel.
There's so many great channels on YouTube.
Oh God,
I wish I could keep up with all of them.
I try, but yeah, that's rough. You know.
It is. You try to give everybody their time, and you know you want to see the whole movie. You know what I tried to do? I tried to actually go to settings in the video and speed it up, but it's just not the same because everybody's got their own style. If you speed it up to like 150 or something like that, it takes the spice out of it, I think. I was trying to do that in an effort to get through more of them, but just didn't work.
Yeah, I have a hard time just trying to keep up with, you know, I could spend all day if I
Yeah, you could very easily.
wanted to reply to everybody's video.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Hello, After 5. How you doing, buddy? But yeah, I mean, I try to support it as many as I possibly can, you know, and I try to get out there and get the word out of my channel just to try and get more views and more subscribers. And you know how it is. YouTube, they hold you back until you hit that 1,000, and then they'll hold you back because they ain't making nothing on you, you know. And then, but once you break that 1,000 subscriber and 4,000 watch hours, you're making them money. Oh yeah, then they'll push your content because they're making money on you now. You're just a pawn for YouTube.
Yeah, you become a slave to the click, and I think if you don't end up in the algorithm the way that, like you said, if it doesn't suit them, then you just kind of get knocked out. It took me forever to get past 170. I'm finally at like 187 now, but I decided not to worry about it too much, just enjoy myself and keep making videos because I really enjoy it. And just wait and see what happens. You know what I found to be a really good drive for YouTube is Pinterest. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I had a glitch. Sorry. This dang computer. I'm trying to make there it is. Okay, Kincaid, you're blue now. There, buddy. Okay, now I should be able to not get glitched. I had to close that window. Just had to calm down, Backbone Outdoors, and quit going around on every single live stream out there and asking multiple times for people to sub you. people don't mind once, but yeah, you can't push
I
Backbone.
agree with that.
Yeah, don't scam or spam live streams just to get your name out there. It'll come. It'll come sooner or later. Your best bet is make good videos, thumbnails that will make people want to click it. Good content. Not, short videos are fine. A lot of people do, you know,
The
2,
short,
3, 4, 2,
the
3, 4
shorts
minutes.
work.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4 minute videos, but
Mhm.
make it interesting in social media. Get out there in social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram,
Reddit.
Reddit. Reddit is a big one. I get a lot from Reddit.
It sure is. You know what else is a good one is You Do Outdoors.
You do. I'm on there too.
Yeah, JV
I'm on
introduced me to
there,
that.
but yeah, but getting in and I mean, it ain't no big deal. I could bring up your information and put up your link and but once the channel does it, you just don't keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it because then you're going to get booted. We like all new people to come around, all new channels, especially especially the young kid, young guys, young people that are just getting into YouTube. And the thing about YouTube, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You're going to be at it for a while.
It could take 2 years. Some people have been on for 10 years and not much has happened. It depends on how much work you want to put into it.
Exactly. And it depends on your niche. Some people can get in and start a YouTube channel, and 6 months down the road, they're 5, 6,000 subscribers. It depends on what your niche is and what people are looking for.
Exactly. Colin, what is this about a grilled cheese challenge? I'm intrigued. You see that?
Yeah. Grilled cheese challenge.
I like the sound of that.
Huh.
Does that include tomato soup?
Yeah.
Oh, Becca, you did fine. I saw what was going on. He's full of life, and I understand his ambition. But yeah, you gotta be cool and kind of humble about it.
Yep. Yep. Spamming a chat ain't cool. But I mean, if I seen and you asked me, hey, can you give me a shout out? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll put your link up there. Now if I had better internet, I would have brought you up here and we could have brought your channel up and all that. But yeah, a lot of the new YouTubers don't realize that I can make money. I can make money. Yeah, you can, but it's
Eventually.
a lot of hard work. And
When I started doing this, a friend said to me, "Well, that would make a nice passive income." I said, "Are you kidding me?" Oh my god, it is work. It's enjoyable work, but I mean, I think you had a video that you spent 9 hours editing. It's not hard to do. Not hard to put that many hours in. Sometimes every 2 days.
And that's just the editing. That's not getting out and shooting the video.
Exactly.
Yep. I mean, it takes time and practice and to make your videos people want to watch and learning how to edit. And then once you do get monetized, unless you've got a good following, which that's what you want to build. That's what you're trying to do. You get a good following, you ain't gonna make much on YouTube. If you just do Google AdSense, it's like 3, maybe 5 cents at best for every 1,000 views that you get on YouTube.
Yeah, it's a pittance and it's a lot of work.
Yep. Now super chats, like in live streams and stuff like that, there's where you can make some money. But I myself, once I do get monetized and super chat, I'm not going to push the issue to get super chats. It's kind of like, hey, you give me a super chat, I'll give you this, or I'll give you a shout out, or
Yeah,
that's
and I don't go for sub. I hate that.
oh, stay away from that. Yep, stay away
That's
from it.
yeah. Because when I first started getting into it, I looked up some Facebook groups, and that's basically all they were. None of them were worth joining.
Well, with sub for sub, all you're getting is somebody to go over there and click the red button. Their sub is going to drop from your channel sometime because they are an inactive viewer. That's why we say to watch part of a video or the whole thing, leave a comment, and that locks your sub in. But to be a faithful viewer, to watch people's content, is where you want to be at. You want to have people that faithfully come in and support you, and you do the same with them.
And I've got plenty of them, and boy, do I appreciate it. I love the interaction with people. That's the best part.
It's like After 5. I mean, they got over, they got monetized just recently a little bit, and he says that spend more than you make. It's between $4 to $15 per 1,000 views. Yeah, it depends on your subscription, your subscribers and everything. But still, you really can't, unless you got thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers, and you got
Hey Mo.
Hello, Mo. And you got people that are backing you and giving you money to put their information out there on your YouTube channels that you can make a living off of. So it's just work hard. It'll happen. And sub for sub is definitely not the way to go. And buying them. There's sites where you can go and you can buy so many views and so many subs and likes and stuff like that. Why?
I know. I think it should happen naturally.
Yeah. Backbone is 13. I figured he was a youngin. But yeah, just keep working at it. It'll come, buddy. It'll come. Make good content. That's the main thing. And do it regularly.
Exactly.
It's like a lot of you guys probably noticed within the last couple of weeks, I've been throwing up a video about every 2 to 3 days, a couple times a week. And my analytics and view times and all that, it's just gone out the roof.
Yeah, it gets you into the algorithm.
Yeah.
It keeps you popping up.
But keeping content rolling out, doing live streams, that's a big thing because, I mean, you gain view time fast, very fast. It's like, we've been now 2 hours and 33 minutes and
wow.
and 11 viewers in here. So we've probably been averaging maybe 6 viewers that stayed in here, something like that. So 2 hours, I got, for one viewer, I get 2 hours worth of watch time. Out of one viewer that stayed in, if they stayed in here the whole time.
Oh, okay. I see how that works.
Yep. Now you
that
get.
I don't know too much about.
Yeah. So if we got 4 viewers in here and you had a 2-hour live stream and they stayed the whole time, you got 8 hours worth of view time. It adds up quickly.
You're a good man, Colin.
Yeah, Colin does a live stream every Thursday night at 8 p.m. I've been over there for a few of them. It's a good time. He likes to eat popcorn out of Darth Vader's head.
I saw him this past Thursday, but my internet connection was bad. Yeah, I love the Darth Vader head. That's funny. My internet was just, it wasn't happening, so I had to shut everything down. It just wasn't going to work.
Oh, you weren't.
Unfortunately.
You didn't have good internet that night.
Oh, it was just buffering and buffering the whole time, and I was falling behind. JV knows what that's like when I fall behind. It's funny. I can end up 10 minutes behind in the chat. I have to refresh and refresh and refresh, and sometimes it catches up, but most of the time it doesn't.
I've gotten connections like that, and then it buffers and buffers and buffers, and then you get behind on the video, but it ain't caught up with the chat, so you got to move the time bar all the way over, wait for it to catch up, and then you're behind again. It's a pain.
And then you make a comment on somebody else's comment, and you're still 10 minutes behind. You look like an idiot.
I said something about that 10 minutes ago. Where you been?
Exactly.
Hello, Tom.
It's a crippling effect. Yeah, Tom's here.
I didn't see him come in. Sorry about that, bud. Want more to get soup making.
Okay, Mom.
He wants more snow.
I do too. I'm a skier. I'm sorry, but I can't ski unless I have snow. Sorry, folks. Sorry if you don't like it.
I like the cold. I don't. I like the snow. As long as the roads are clear.
You don't like the cold. Yeah, as long as it lands on the grass, it's perfect.
But my joints, yeah. Now once it get the temperatures like today, it got to a high of 25.
That's balmy.
I ain't hurting that bad. Now once it gets up closer to 30 and up over to around 45 to 50, I hurt like heck just because of the temperature and the moisture in the air.
Yeah.
You know, it just gets my rheumatoid just worked up bad.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh goodness.
I don't ski, I bounce.
I've bounced pretty good a few times. That's why I stopped. One of the reasons I stopped doing downhill, I don't know if I was in a rush to get to the bottom, but I did some spectacular wipeouts. I used to get applause from the lift line. That's how spectacular they were. My God. And not to mention the lift line tickets now, even Bel Air. Bel Air is up in the Catskills in New York, and it's a state-run facility, and it's absolutely beautiful. But I mean, even there, you're looking at least $80 in rentals and about $100 a day for a lift ticket. That's
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. So
Just
that's yeah, it's I know they got to keep the overhead going, but that's why I stick with cross country anytime, anywhere.
hello, Central Kentucky. Glad you came in, bud.
Hey, Rattletrap.
Hey, Rattletrap. Hey, buddy.
I just saw you.
Yeah, I didn't catch him if he's been in here. Sorry, but yeah, we are trying to stay warm. We got up to 25 today. I was outside for a little bit, and I wasn't hurting too bad. I'm going fishing tomorrow. I got
Ice
a buddy.
fishing?
Ice fishing. Yep.
Unpaved Explorer just put up a video. John from Unpaved Explorer. That's another good channel. I really enjoy John.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think he spent 8 hours out there on the ice, and he didn't catch anything, unfortunately. But it was a great video to watch. Some of his neighbors got a couple of trout, and he was on about 4 inches of ice out there in Ohio. Good video. Check it out.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I'm a subscriber to him. We've been talking sometime of getting together and do a collab.
Yeah, you guys are kind of neighborly there.
Yeah, he's not far. He's not far at all.
I seem to be the most distant one out of this whole group. Down here by New York City, nobody wants to come near me, and I don't blame any of you.
Kincaid said, Colin says it's -4 there.
That's
Yuck.
cold.
He's
Yeah,
out
that-
Midwest. He's out in Midwest.
That's when pipes start breaking. I'm in the Hudson Valley, 60 miles north of New York City. We rarely get that cold. We'll get up to about 108 in the summertime, but we rarely go into the negative. You know why? We're only 60 miles from the Atlantic coast, and the Hudson River actually makes the area very temperate. It's almost like what's that town in Alaska? It's surrounded by water. It's the most southern town. I got a friend living there too, and I can't think of it. It's not Fairbanks. It's south of there. Juneau. It's very similar to Juneau. It's almost borderline rainforest. Sometimes it can get very humid, and that's not pretty. Tom, you just mentioned a mountain. I can't remember where it was. Montage Mountain, Tom Ritter. Were you asking me? Yeah, Montage Mountain. Where is that?
I'm going to butcher your last name, but Tim Sosminski. But it says frozen fog here in Weirton, West Virginia. I've been in Weirton many a times. I go down to Morgantown for the motorcycle Mountain Fest motorcycle rally during the fall, and I've been through Weirton many times. Beautiful country, beautiful area. But thanks for stopping in there. It's the first I've seen of him, but gotta be good living down there in West Virginia.
Excuse me, Gio. Tom Ritter, are you talking about Newburgh, New York? Or is that a joke that went right over my head?
Newburgh Ski Resort, she said, by Scranton is what he just said.
No, I'm a couple hours from Scranton.
Yeah, Tim, we always welcome new folks coming in as long as they ain't trolls. We like to have you check out as many channels as possible that people are in the chat. We like to try to help each other out, support each other, watch each other's videos. We're just we big family, big YouTube internet family.
Tom, if you don't mind my asking, where are you? You're in Pennsylvania, right?
Okay, Tim, I remember that. I'm sorry.
Am I lapsing? Or do I appear to be right on time? Because sometimes that'll happen here.
Oh, you're doing good.
You're 45 minutes from Middletown? Well, that's a good thing. All right, then it looks like Tom is my closest neighbor in the community. That's nice.
Yeah, he ain't too far from you.
No, he's not.
American patriot, no troll. That's good to hear. Yeah, I think I did talk with you once before because I had a live stream and you were asking about my shirt. I do remember that now. I do remember that. One of these days, I'm going to get back up there into central New York.
Oh my goodness, that's something great that happened. I'm looking into buying what's called Red Camp at the Osceola Tug Hill Cross Country Ski Center.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? It's 3.7 acres and it's only $39,000. That is my true love. That is my home away from home.
Wow.
And I'm not good. I probably won't be able to live. I might be able to live there, but the best thing about it is it's a sportsman's paradise up there. I've got salmon fishermen, I've got hunters, I've got snowmobilers, I've got trappers, and I've got cross country skiers. So I mean, it's got potential to be an amazing rental.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good price there.
That's actually really good because, geez, I think in 1989, yeah, it was 1989. I bought a house in Stylesville, New York, with my boyfriend at the time. That's in Delaware County. That's up by Binghamton. And we had 2.5 acres with a beautiful Sears Craftsman bungalow on it. And that was $42,000. And the reason it was so low is because the man who once owned the house, he shot himself in the head on the porch.
Hmm.
So the realtor was just, I mean, it's kind of a macabre story, but it didn't bother us any, but it bothered everybody else who looked at the house. And when we walked in, I think it started out like 49. And so we were like, well, we don't want to be sneaky, but you know, Phil McDonald did shoot himself in the porch out there, and there's some stuff left on the ceiling. I don't want to get too explicit, but the
Oh, my.
realtor was ready to get this house off their hands. They didn't want it anymore, so we got them down to 42. You know what our taxes were up there back then? 175 a year.
Wow.
Oh, isn't that something?
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good deal. You'd be getting up that way.
Oh,
I
Osceola,
love Tug Hill. I love Tug Hill area.
it's the forest primeval. It's the place where mastodons roam. It's just an amazing place. I've never seen a mastodon up there, but it looks like it has a propensity for it. So I think the town of Osceola has maybe 500 people living in it, if that. But like I said, I mean, the sportsman side of it is huge. The place would probably never be empty. So I'm
We
looking
used
at it as a rental income.
There you go. There you go. Make some money with it. I used to go up to Tug Hill. I went up to Tug Hill for about 6, 7 years in a row.
Snowmobiling, right?
Yeah, snowmobiling.
Huge culture up there. It's dominant.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, you get those crazies with the long tracks that want to go up there and climb the freaking mountains, you know. Me, no, just give me the trails and I'm happy. You know.
And there's literally thousands of miles. I don't know how many thousands, but I know it's definitely, you could easily do 800 miles in a day.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we would put down 400 or 500 miles in a day's worth of riding. And
Yeah.
then what I thought was cool, because the first time, I still think it is out on the trailheads, you'll have folk that will put uh, fuel stops along the trails.
They,
You know,
they still do.
yeah, to where to get to civilization from one town to the next, you ain't gonna make it with one tank of fuel because, as you know, snowmobiles they'll eat through a 5 gallon 5 gallons of fuel
Mhm.
in a snowmobile in no time. I mean, the one sled I had, I was lucky to get 7 miles to the gallon with it. Because so,
That
but
actually sounds pretty good.
yeah, yeah. So they would put the little sheds out there, and it would be honor, paid by honor. You know, you pour your gas and you put money in a freaking honor box. You know, it just surprised me that they would trust people up there not to just take their gas and leave. You know, they probably
Yeah, because
do. But
locally, yeah, I'm sure it happens. I haven't heard of anything. I actually have a bunch of groups on Facebook: Redfield Snowmobile Association, South Warren, and the Adirondacks. And I haven't heard anything about that, but they still go on the honor system. And locally, you're not going to have a problem. But you know yourself, you meet people from all over the country who go
mhm.
up there for the snowmobiling. It's famous, absolutely famous.
And then there's this one guy, I can't remember what section we were at up there, but he during the day he would travel. It was around a lake. I can't remember the name of the lake, but he had a snowmobile and he had a trailer behind like almost like a food cart behind it. It was on
Yeah,
wheels, And he would
Yeah.
cook hot dogs, hamburgers, have soda, beer, just like a little portable store,
Yeah,
you
a
know.
little traveling kiosk. Oh yeah, it's
Yep, yep.
absolutely perfect.
And he would just travel the trail, and then he'd stop and set up and sell his wares. It
You
was kind
can't
of fun.
beat that for capitalism and enterprise. That's terrific. I love that.
Yep. I thought that was cool because the guys were stopping, and I was wondering, okay, why are we stopping out here in the middle of nowhere?
Because there's food.
Yeah, the guy has hot dogs, hamburgers, beer, chips, all that, and it was cheap.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the standard of living is still pretty low up there. The taxes are still very reasonable, which is a nice thing to hear. I mean, I'm down here close to West Point. I'm paying 12,000 a year on just just about 2 acres, and and we got changed during the housing boom. We used to be in the egg district. I'm just outside of town, and the egg district was basically the agricultural district. So your tax, we were lucky, it was 1,200 a year. And then with the housing boom, they changed all the zoning. Now we're rural suburban. So in fact, we had to go to court in a class action lawsuit 3 times to get it down out of 500,000.
You ever been down to the Finger Lakes?
Oh, for me, that's absolutely, yeah. Watkins Glen. Oh my God, we used to go up there and
I
watch the
love
river all the time. That was fun.
Yep, I haven't been. Me and the wife went camping, Watkins Glen. That was last time I was there. It was probably 10 years ago.
And then there's that other little town up there. I can't remember. Well, then, oh geez, where the heck was it? Not just Watkins Glen, Monitor Falls, not Ithaca. My cousin went to college up there. I can't remember what town it is.
Olean?
It's gorgeous up there. I usually pass down through there when I go up to Geneseo or Geneseo. That's where the movie Memphis Belle B-17 lives.
Huh.
And they've got an incredible, it's not the actual Memphis Belle, but it was the B-17 that played the Memphis Belle in the movie The Memphis Belle. And they've got a great, if anybody gets a chance and you love the Warbirds from World War II, Whiskey 7 is up there, the flying coffin. And that's a little on the sad side, but yeah, if you ever get to Geneseo, New York, check out the Warplane Museum. It's fabulous, and Rochester is getting better too. So that's worth checking out. It's become a little more cultural than it used to be. We used to call it Rottenchester back in the day.
I used to go up there, drive truck back and forth down to 10. What was that? I worked for Delphi Harris, and I hauled radiators for GM Automotive, but I would pull out of Rochester at Delphi, and I would take it down to Walton, Kentucky. That's where it was, just south of Cincinnati, and I would switch trailers and then come back. So I know that area pretty well up that way.
That's a good ride. Could you explain to me? I haven't had a chance to look it up. What is chasing the black dog?
Oh, okay.
Is that a bad thing that we shouldn't talk about? Okay.
But seeing the black dog, it's back in the day before regulation hours of service.
Yeah.
You used to be able to run however long you wanted to run. So you would fall asleep behind the wheel.
Yep.
And you would see people have seen. I swear I've seen it, but because one time I pulled a long trip. I was running from Western New York to LA, and by law you were supposed to be able to do that in 3 days. I did it in 2. Constant. I just stopped, grabbed something to eat, fuel, keep going. And that was back when I was younger and I was doing the illegal substances to keep myself awake.
No.
And I finally crashed to the point to where I couldn't stay awake anymore. I was behind the wheel. I didn't crash, but yeah, that's what seeing the black dog is, when you fall asleep and you wake up and it just freaks you out, just that's the meaning of seeing the black dog. Falling
Well,
asleep behind the wheel.
Now I understand. Back in, let's see, my brother graduated in 1981. Yeah, 1982. He was in college out in Middletown, Tom Ritter, at Orange County Community College. And he had my mom's 1976 Dodge Dart. And at that time, I don't know whose idea it was, but somebody thought that if they drilled ribs into Route 84, it would make more traction for the cars. Well, all it did was in the wintertime, the melt from the snow would get into these grooves, and then at night it would freeze up. So it didn't work out anyways. So what was happening was they were working on this, and my brother was in one of these construction zones. He was the second car out of 5 cars, and the last thing he remembers seeing is all the workmen jumping over the guardrail. He looked in his rearview mirror, and all he can see is a pile of the last 3 cars in a pile coming up against him. That Dodge Dart was built so well that it not only saved his life, but it actually crimped in 2 places. But that's what happened to that truck driver. Of course, it made the front page of the Middletown Record. Everybody turned the guy into the devil. He wasn't the devil. The guy was probably being overworked. He fell asleep at the wheel. It happens. It happens. But that Dodge Dart got so much attention, it actually made the front page, and it had a slant 6. And back before we had answering machines, boy, did that phone ring off the hook, because all you had to do to find somebody, you look in the paper, it said Tom Sheldon was in this accident. So they opened up the yellow pages or the white pages, and they found Tom Sheldon. He lived in Cornwall. And people were calling from all over the place because they wanted to buy that slant 6.
Yeah, if you want to watch a good movie, it's the movie's Black Dog. Patrick Swayze's in it.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep.
I'll have
Good
to
movie.
check that out. Yeah, so there was supposed to be a class action lawsuit that sprang from that, but my brother's attitude was, you know what, we got out of it alive. Again, the truck driver was not the devil. He was just doing what he had to do. But yeah, I can kind of identify with what you're talking about. I've never experienced it, but my brother was, a part of the, the end result of that. And it could have been a lot worse than it was. Nobody died in that accident, and nobody got hurt. So
you see that footage on that big 100 car pile up and all that down in Texas?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh God, there was somebody shot video from the opposite lane going the opposite direction, but there was a wreck and these semis couldn't get stopped because of the ice up roads and just slamming into these cars. This one truck hit a car and it launched it at least 10, 15 feet in the air.
Holy.
Yeah. That was just a day or so ago that happened.
Jeez, I'm sure there were fatalities. That's really a shame.
Yep.
Well, people just get into their car and they punch down the gas pedal. They just want to get from point A to point B as fast as they can sometimes.
Yeah, and then whenever it first snows, they're still thinking, summertime driving, dry roads, I can do 65, 70 mile an hour. Then they wind up in the ditch, and it's like, well, what happened?
Yep. Yep. You're not stopping. Well, same thing with 4-wheel drive. I had a 4-wheel drive pickup for many, many years. And the reason I got it is because of the house that we bought in Stilesville, New York, up in Delaware County. I wanted to get up 17 on Friday night. I didn't want to be stuck down here. And you still had to be careful. I can remember some nights going up there, and there was a massive accident on the eastbound lane, and the fireman was running across the medium saying, slow down, slow down, slow down. and you'd slow down to a crawl, and then you'd hit the bridge over the Willowweemock or the Beaverkill, and the whole truck would just turn sideways and just slide up the side of the bridge until you got some traction. And so even going slow, I mean, if you hit icy conditions, forget it. Forget it. 5 or 6 fatalities and several injuries. You know, black ice, yep, that'll get you every time. You got to take it easy.
Yeah.
We're not out of the woods until at least mid-April in my area. It can still snow. It can still snow on Easter.
Oh yeah, we can get a good, good dusting around Easter. And we're further, I'm further south than you are, west and south, but.
Are you? I don't think so. I think we're almost neck and neck. I think we're both almost in the snow belt, actually.
On the same parallel line, you mean?
Yeah, pretty close to it. I'm a little more. I'm
I'd have to
closer
look.
to the so.
I'd have to look at the. A map or whatever and see what the.
Tom, what are you talking about with the New York State Thruway 90 miles an hour, bumper to bumper? You talking about a current situation or just the nature of the Thruway? Because I've never had a problem with it.
That's how they travel.
Yeah, there's some kamikaze driving around here, like the Taconic State Parkway. That's over in on the east side of the Hudson River. It's they call it a parkway because it doesn't have a shoulder. Instead, it has trees. So if you make a mistake on a road like that, you're going to be seeing those trees pretty close. I came down it, last November. I was coming down from Columbia County. That's about 1.5 miles away from me. We had a thunderstorm with wind. It was like a tornado was coming through. I was literally swerving around trees that were falling behind me and right in front of me. It's like,
Wow.
geez, guys, put a thank you, ma'am, on this or something. You need a break when you're going through a storm like that.
That's just like going down the Blue Ridge Mountain Parkway. I've been across that a few times in a car. Winding, skinny, no shoulder.
Lots of fog, limited sight distance. Have you ever seen the memorial? I can't remember what part of it is, where it is, but there's like a pull off that's beautifully maintained, and it's a memorial to the workmen who have died maintaining that road.
No, I haven't been by that one.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial granite monument. It's when I saw it, it was in the springtime, and it was surrounded by daffodils, and from there you have a beautiful view, and of course they have the American flag there, and the flag is always flying.
Well, the parkway is pretty long too, so
it is. Yeah. I can't remember where it was.
I never traveled the whole distance. Just gone down to family where family lived down there in North Carolina, and got on the off of, I think it was 79. I can't remember what route, but you get on the parkway, you got to take another road to get to the parkway, and then it just cut off the corners instead of running down to Ashland and across 40. You can just cut across.
I think when I saw this monument, we were coming out of Davis, West Virginia. Have you ever been there?
I've been through Virginia and West Virginia many a times, but Davis doesn't sound familiar.
Davis, I'm trying to look at my map, but it's not working that well because I've got the chat up. But Davis, West Virginia is like a Colorado alpine meadow. It's over 4,000 feet above sea level. And I thought I was a pretty sharp driver in New York. Well, when I got onto those mountain roads, I was trying to do 60 up these hills. This is over like 4,500 feet above sea level. And I'm trying to keep up with the local traffic, and they're passing me on this mountain road going straight up, and I'm doing 60. I was like, man, I am really green when it comes to this. But the thing about what?
You ever hear about the it's called Tail of the Dragon?
No, that's not familiar.
Look that up. I've
Okay.
been, I've
I've been
taken
taking notes tonight. This has been a good live stream.
took years last time I was down there, 7 years ago maybe. I was down there twice. They have the Motorcycle Hall of Fame down there. And it's at the beginning of the tail of the dragon. This section of road is, I want to, if I'm not mistaken, I think it is 11 miles long from end to end, but there's 311 turns.
Wow. Holy.
Yeah, this road is a mecca for motorcyclists, especially the guys on the Rice Rockets. You know,
Yeah.
because your bike is never upright for very long at all. Most of the time, you're leaning corners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're scraping your knee.
Yeah, and that's what these guys on these Rice Rockets they try and time each other from beginning to end. You know, whoever can make it through it the fastest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they take bets and whatever at the bar. You know, it's just crazy. But then they finally cut it off. But they used to allow semis on this road. They would go around these bends.
All right.
And you got your tractor, your passenger front steer on the opposite side of the road on the shoulder, so that your trailer can make the corner.
Okay.
You know, and these guys are out on bikes. You know, they're blasting these corners. You know, there's been many of accidents. 318 turns. Okay, Central Kentucky's just posted in there. 318 turns in 11 miles.
Thank you.
Yep, I rode that I don't know how many times, and there ain't no dang way. I mean, yeah, I did it once on a cruiser, and I did it a couple of times on my buddy's crotch rocket, but some of these guys are nuts. But they used to allow semis on there, and people would come around, even in cars or whatever, would come around the corner, and there's a semi trying to make this turn, and they lock it down and run into the semi, or they veer off the road and down through the giggle weeds, and or down the side of the mountain, and it's it's crazy down there.
Yeah, that's pretty dramatic.
They got a tree at the beginning. It's called the tree of shame. If you it just has pieces and parts of motorcycles hanging all over it.
Wow. It should be the tree of death. The guy who didn't make it, he didn't walk away. Wow, my goodness.
Yep, check that out. You can look it up on YouTube. There's different videos, and it's crazy. Good time. You go to the Motorcycle Hall of Fame. That place is he has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of motorcycles. We're talking back to the old board tracker bikes, motorcycles to where they would, back in the day, they would build tracks that were made out of wood, and they were banked so steep that you couldn't walk up it because the bank is just such a steep angle. And they raced on these board tracks. It was an oval type track, and the motorcycles didn't have no brakes whatsoever, and they were doing this back in, I'd have to say, the 40s, 30s, 40s, somewhere in there, maybe the late 20s. But they got all his bikes, every one of them that are out on the floor will start and run and drive. That's how he is on his bikes. He makes sure they all fire and run. It's amazing down there.
Jeez, I think our only claim to fame is the road. Considering the most dangerous road is the one that Billy Martin died on up near Binghamton, New York. When he went out, we were having a blizzard, and he went out to get some more booze, and he just floored it and trashed the car. Yeah, we don't have anything quite that dramatic here. The very first time I ever drove into Maryland was the first time I ever saw a truck run away ramps, and boy, I was impressed by that. We don't have anything like that in New York. Too, I guess because we're so maybe because no, it's not because I don't know. Yeah, well, I'm not sure why we don't have them in New York, but that was quite a sight to see. I mean, it was sobering to see something like that. And of course, the first one I see, there's a truck on it, and his engine is on fire.
Yeah, I watched a truck use a runaway ramp out in California,
Hmm.
coming off of Donner, and whenever they have a runaway, a truck runaway, you don't have no brakes. Your brakes are gone because they rode them or burned them away. There ain't no way to get it stopped. And the truck will only pick up so much speed. Yeah, I mean, it ain't gonna keep going. But average, they say that once a truck gets up to its
Wow.
full potential, it's probably around 90 to 100 mile an hour coming off this mountain.
Hmm.
And they hit these ramps, and I watched one truck. They were hauling out runaway, and it's 3 lanes going down this mountain, and all trucks got to stay in the right 2 lanes. And if they have lights going down through there telling you if there's warning, runaway, all this,
Wow.
and the shoulder is as wide as a lane, and that's where they'll run down that shoulder, and just off into this ramp and stones flying. I didn't
Yep.
know what was going on.
Yeah.
He made it up to the top of that runaway ramp. Is how much momentum he had going.
Good for him.
Crazy. I would never want to have that happen to me. And I drove semi for over 30 some years over the road.
Yeah. I mean, totally out of control. There's nothing holding
Oh,
you back except the will of God.
I probably would have had a heart attack,
Hmm.
and dead before the truck even stopped.
And if you survived it, go to the nearest deli and play lotto.
There you go.
Well, when we bought the house in upstate New York in Stylesville, I was on 17 a lot, and it's a trucking road, and I just learned to watch what they were doing. Don't get in front of them when they crest the hill. Let them have the whole hill to themselves. And there were a lot of accidents up there, unfortunately, but we had an excellent frame straightener in Deposit, New York. I don't know if they're still there, but they were called Shambach. And when these guys had a problem, whoever was in the immediate area, everybody came out to help them. I don't know if it's still like that or not. But yeah, I learned how to ride with them because there was no point in getting in front of these guys. There was no point in aggravating them. Let them get their transportation done and move on. Yeah, 17. Yeah, Wurtsboro Mountain, Tom Ritter. Yep, it's 3 miles from the Bashakill River to the very top. That's probably our biggest claim to fame in New York
Wow.
here. Yeah, it was terrible in the bad weather, absolutely terrible. I remember my old pickup had locking hubs. You had to get out of the truck to lock them, and I hadn't locked them yet that season. According to the builder of the truck, you could lock them at the beginning of the season, and then they would just lubricate themselves. I'm not sure if that was true or not, but I never had a problem. And I'm coming down that hill on 17 in Wurtsboro, and there's a minivan flipped over in the ditch. There's a car wrapped around the guardrail. I was like, holy shit, I got to get my 4-wheel drive on, or I'm going to be in the same boat. So I pulled over to lock my hubs in, and the state trooper had pulled over just then. And he comes running up to me and he goes, I want you to stay here because I need you as an eyewitness. I was like, I don't know anything. Cars were crashing all around us. So I locked my hubs. I got in my truck. I looked in my rearview mirror. He was busy with something else. I said, he's never going to remember me. So I just drove on my way. I didn't want to get. If you stood there, you might have been hit by a flying car. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm getting out of danger's way here.
That's right. I'm not hanging around to make a statement for you. You go find somebody else, Smokey. Kentucky doesn't have any runaway lanes. Huh. (17E). Well, Tom Ritter, do you mean 17 West or Route 17 East? Is that what the E stands for? The guy I was seeing at the time, his name was Len. He's the one who I bought the house with. Oh my God, if there was an accident on Route 17 between Middletown and Binghamton, Len was there. But he was never injured. He was one of the ideas of getting through in a blizzard was to possibly get behind a plow and let him clear the way. And then you had a little bit of break for a while. Well, Len finds one in Monticello. And he thinks, oh, great, I'll follow this guy until he gets off. Until he plows his jurisdiction, then he gets off at that exit, and maybe I can pick up behind another one. Well, this one in front of him, all of a sudden, the rear axle of the truck broke loose and literally bounced down the road towards his car. only that can only happen to you. He was fine. The truck driver was okay. Of course, Len hung out and he pulled over to see if the truck driver was all right, and he waited with him until the state troopers showed up. But of all the things that could have happened, 17 that runs through Middletown. Yeah. Now it's oh, what the heck? They changed it for the truckers because they wanted to take off the crossroads, like at Parksville and at Hale Eddy. They wanted to get rid of those and turn them into ramps, and they wanted to just turn it into an interstate trucking road. I can't, what is it, 86, Route 86, because even numbers go west to east.
Yep.
And odd numbers go north to south.
Yep. Yeah, 86 comes right over to just oh heck, 4-5 miles east of Erie. It winds up meeting at Interstate 90.
You know what? I think that's a continuation of the old Route 17.
Yeah, it used to be 17. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All
Yep.
right. Well, now
Yep.
in New York, because people are stubborn, they still call it 17. Nobody wants to call it 86. And how long has that been going on? At least 25 years?
Yeah, probably around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to run up. I got family that lives up there in Jamestown, and it runs right near through Jamestown, New York.
Does it? I need my map. I'm forgetting things. I got to tell you something, though. That is God's country. You get up in the morning and there were bald eagles flying over your house, and what a beautiful area that is.
I found I was born. Oh, okay, a little story. I was born in Jamestown, New York, and
Okay.
I was given up for adoption at the age of 10 months. And my parents adopted me, and they lived in Jamestown till I was 10. And we moved down here to Conneaut Lake, Pennsylvania. Been there I moved a few times, but I found my birth family back in 2014.
Oh, cool.
And that's how I found my sister and my brothers and all that. My mother and father, they both passed prior to me finding. But my sister that lives just a little west of Jamestown just posted up on Facebook a bald eagle eating on a deer carcass in her back. That was back in her field.
Nice.
Yeah, she got some picture. She got out her camera with the long, with a telephoto lens and snapped about 2 or 3 photos of it.
Oh, they're spectacular.
That's cool. The wingspan on that, It's huge. I mean, that deer carcass, and it, yeah, yep,
Yeah.
amazing.
I'm an ornithologist from way back when, and the bald eagle, when I was a kid, that was my most favorite bird. Not only is it our national uh, symbol, but I mean, it is just the Cadillac of the sky. You cannot mistake it with any other bird of prey or even a vulture. It just has such a great look to it. It's a scavenger bird, but it's just magnificent to look at. You know what? I'm looking at the map, and yeah, there it is, 86. I should have known that.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's out close to Elmira.
Hmm. My grandmother on my father's side grew up in Elmira.
Lake Chautauqua is right there, south of, or just north of Jamestown. Jamestown's on the south end of Lake Chautauqua,
Yep,
and
there it is.
and then
Chautauqua.
Maysville is on the north end of Chautauqua Lake. They have a big ice festival every year, except for last year and this year because of COVID. But
Yeah.
they have a big ice festival. They build a ice castle and all kinds of. That's pretty neat. They used to have snowmobile oval races and uh, snowmobile drags and trail rides, but they can't do it the last couple of years.
Yeah, that happens in the Adirondacks too. Where oh, I should know this. So off like Lake George, they have one, Tupper Lake, Saranac Lake, and of
Hmm.
course Lake Placid, good old Lake Placid.
Then Panama, like Jeff said, Panama Rocks. You ever get up that way? It kind of reminds me of Nelson's Ledges over in Ohio.
Hmm.
It's a outcropping of sandstone rocks. We've got crevasses and stuff you can walk through and all that. It's a pretty nice area.
Oh, it kind of sounds like the Shawangunk Mountains just north of me. Limestone cliffs, famous for mountain climbing. A lot of crevasses up there. Remember the
Yep.
Smothers Brothers? Remember the Smothers Brothers show? The one song they did about the panthers and the crevasses, and maybe somebody remembers that. But if you look it up, it'll come right up for the Smothers Brothers. It was just funny.
Yeah, Panama Rocks is just a little west of Jamestown, New York. There, Tom.
Okay. Boy, there's so many towns around. I don't really tend to remember them unless it's an Indian name. Yeah, thank God for the Indians, right? We wouldn't have names for half these towns. Jeez. Well, I remember one time I mentioned something on one of Heath's very first lives, and it was about the town of Oneonta. And I don't think about it because I'm used to pronouncing these, but when he looked at it, he's like, "What's that?" There's actually a whole list of them for New York State, all the different Indian town names, and they give the like for instance, like over. Well, no, that wouldn't be the one. Oh, like Scunnamunk. Scunnamunk is Algonquin for a great place for a fireplace. That's a mountain range that's not far from here.
Tom says he did a living history weekend out there.
In Jamestown?
I want to hit some living histories this year. I'm going to a rendezvous next weekend.
Are you going to film it?
Yeah. Yep.
Excellent. Oh,
Yeah.
I haven't been into one in so long. Oh, I got to get my shift done. I got to get my 18th century outfit done and start hitting up some.
I don't have any garb yet. I don't have any outfits yet, but I'd like to get hold of the woodsman's schrock, the jacket schrock or whatever they call schmuck,
Yeah, I can't remember what they call it.
mountain man schrock or something like that, and a hat. But I ain't gonna worry about it right now. I'm gonna take the long gun, and they got a woods walk where they got like 10 or 12 targets, and then they got the
That's always
novel novelty area and the regular 100-yard, 25, 50, 75, 100-yard range. Hunting frock. That's it, Tom. Thank you. But I can pick one up. There's a place down here, down toward Zillionople guy. I can't remember the name of the town, but he sells all this stuff at a very decent price. He's not.
Shinhopple?
I can't remember the name of it now.
Okay.
But I could pick up. Heck, I could pick up the whole gear. The drop breech front breeches, either long or short. Knee high. With the leggings, a shirt, the frock, a hat, for right around $200.
That's
So I figured that's not a bad price.
You can get into an awful lot of money with that. I'm still trying to decide now. When I was with the old boyfriend, he was civilian militia, so I was basically dressed as a camp follower. There's nothing fantastic about that. It's all utilitarian. It's mostly just blue clothing. But this next time around, I think I want to do something a little fancier. I want some prints. You know what's going to kill me this time, because I bought the first one, are the stays. Oh my God, you gotta hand sew every single one of those stitches around that whalebone. And then you gotta wear the thing for 8 hours a day in the hot sun.
Yeah, but you're playing the part.
Oh, it's fun. I think, I don't know if I was on one of your live streams, we were talking about that, and I was up at Fort Ticonderoga, which is an amazing place to go. If anybody gets a chance, please do it. And it was so hot. It was July. It was like 95 degrees. It was humid. And I just played dead. I couldn't take it anymore. I just laid down and played dead. And then it started to rain. I was like, oh, thank goodness. It gets rough in all those layers. I mean, you can try to keep things cool, but you're wearing a lot of clothing. It's tough.
Yeah, Tom said he paid more for his frock and breeches.
Yeah, there are some good places out there. A lot of them. Jazz Townsend is pretty good. I think he has a better YouTube channel than he does a catalog. But then there's Burnley and Trowbridge, American Duchess. It's all pretty good stuff.
You have to shoot me those links sometime.
Oh,
okay. I got Townsend. I watched Townsend.
Yeah, Nutmeg Tavern. I really
yeah. Yep, I watch him. But the other ones,
I'm sorry. You know how you guys joke about what's his name, Joe, the one who filmed. Steve gets on his case all the time. I think his name is Joe, and he.
Joe Robinette.
Right. And he lies about it. It's actually in his backyard. Well, Jess Townsend makes no bones about it. He's like, this cabin is in my backyard. Period.
Yep.
Yeah.
He does such a great
job.
Be true to your viewers,
Yeah, you got to be honest.
But yeah, that place is just I can bring it up real quick.
I had written down something that you had suggested out in Pennsylvania. Maybe that's a place, Cumberland Gap. I can't remember what you mentioned. It was like one of those 18th century outfitters.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. He's south of me, down by Zillionople.
Okay.
But he sells women's garb. He sells the everything you can use for camp, lanterns, everything. I mean, I had it here. I cannot.
Yeah, Townsend can be pricey. A lot of
Townsend is pricey. I looked at his page and it's up there, but I cannot remember the name of it.
Yeah,
I had it.
down, but then I did a clean out and I probably ended up throwing it in the fireplace.
Have you? Okay, here's one I was kind of wondering if you ever been. It's
Yeah,
called Endless Mountain. Endless
Mhm.
Mountain Primitive Outdoorsman's Frolic. They had it in Eastern New York. I can't remember where it was.
Eastern New York.
Over toward you, over that way somewhere.
Was it in Dutchess County by any chance, near Poughkeepsie, New York? That
I
sounds
could-
really familiar.
Yeah, it's a rendezvous. Supposed to be a pretty big one. I cannot remember.
I hate forgetting things. It sucks getting old.
Yeah. um,
Endless Mountain Kirkwood. Thank you, Tom. You can always count on Tom.
that's it. But yeah, I'm still debating on if I want to go mountain man attire or more toward settler.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not sure what I want. I would like to be an officer's wife at some point. That I would love to wear satin and crinoline. But then I can't go out and play with the boys or shoot cannons. You know, I have to be prim and proper and suit the station of the class.
yeah, you'd be missing out on the fun stuff.
Yeah, tell me about it. Do you know that New York at Fort Montgomery battle site down in Fort Montgomery, they have a 30-pound cannon, and down at Fort Lee, they have a 30-pound cannon. Well, they used to fire a charge out of it, and it was such a sight and such a crowd pleaser. I found out about a year or so ago that somebody got hurt firing the charge, and then something happened to the cannon at Fort Lee, New Jersey. It got a crack or something in it. So they thought, okay, well, there was one man who made these cannons for these two forts, these two historical sites. Well, they tried to contact him and they couldn't find him. They don't know if he's dead or alive. So it's really a shame because I mean the 32 pounders were big drawers for the crowd, and the reenactments were starting to lose popularity over the last few years. But those cannons always made them happy. So now they can't use these two 32 pounders because they can't find the man who made them, to come in and fix them, and it's really a shame.
Huh.
They still have some small Parrott guns that they can fire at either location, but there was nothing like that 32 pounder. In fact, they called him George.
Yeah, Jeff says Leatherwood Outdoors. That's another good channel. I watch him too. He does a lot of reenactment. He shows up to some of the rendezvous and shoots that are around the area. You know, for flintlock muzzleloaders, and he does some, especially around flintlock season. He does videos on period dress, and he's out hunting, and he gets his deer.
Nice.
He that's a good channel, real good channel.
You know who else is good, but he hasn't been around in a while? It's the Woodsman School. He did bushcraft. I think he was in the Marines, and then he had some health problems. I can't seem to get it to pop up on my phone the way I want it to.
Well, I found that site. It's called Cooperstown Trading Post.
Yes, okay, I remember that. I should have kept that in my head because we have the Cooperstown here in New York Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
the
right
book.
here.
What?
The white. Well, they got different colors, but just the frock is $80.
Yeah, that's about normal.
Water repellent one's 95.
Yeah, the Woodsman School and Guide Service.
Woodman School
Yeah,
Guide.
his last video was a garden tour vlog 7 months ago. That was one of the first bushcrafting channels I ever stumbled upon when I first started getting into YouTube a couple of years ago. The Wood
Lately-
Swimming Pool and Guide Service.
Lately, I've found a lot of channels that I looked into, searching, and found, and then you go to their video, watch, whatever I'm hunting for. They had good content. Then you go to their main channel, they haven't posted in 5 to 7 years. It's like,
Oh, that's I know that's a real letdown. It's really a
yeah.
shame. So who's left in here? 7? You guys still, everybody still awake? I think Mike.
I see 7. Heck, we've been going for 3.5 hours.
Oh, I tell you, I can do some. I'd love to talk.
Oh, I do too. I like talking about history and areas, and I want to get back up to Watkins Glen. Last time me and the wife went there, we drugged the camper, stayed at a little campground,
Yeah, sure.
and we got there we spent the whole week up there. We got there on a Tuesday, and we went to Watkins Glen, and then we went to the race because the NASCAR boys were up there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was some hot stuff. Middletown, New York was great for the stock car races and the 3/4 midgets. And if you didn't want to go as far as Watkins Glen, you went to Lime Rock, Connecticut. That was NASCAR also. And back then, they used to race on Sunday, and the town got together and went after them to stop racing on Sunday because there are houses like right on the other side, neighborhoods right on the other side of the speedway.
What's going on here?
Oh, Backbone Outdoor. Yeah, I don't know why I think I put my first name up. It's the field guide. All one word. I put my first name up because it just kind of looked like we were all friends here for the most part. We all seem to know each other. I guess I could change that, but I hate to press anything on the screen. It might explode.
Hey, it's Aaron from Bushcraft Rebel Knives. How you doing, buddy? I haven't been on Facebook, so I don't know. I've had internet issues, and the only computer I have that I can get on the internet's back here. My Wi-Fi is down. I think it's my router. I can't get on my phone. I can't get on my laptop. My wife is mad because she can't get on Facebook. And I said, well, you can go back here in the back room and get on the big computer.
Facebook isn't worth it. They don't like you there anyways, Greg.
They don't like me. Yeah, they like to throw me in jail.
They hate the truth. As far as I'm concerned, these so-called fact checkers, they're the conspiracy theorists. They're the communists.
Yep. And did you know if you go into, where on Facebook where you can block channels,
Right.
block names and stuff, type in fact checker,
Oh, you'll get a whole list.
block them all.
Every one of them.
I've gotten less fact checkers checking my posts
Good.
now since I've done that.
Good. They need to mind their own business because that's just not the American way. Hey, Vern, haven't seen you in a while. How you doing?
There, yeah. How you doing, buddy? Facebook doesn't like anyone. Yeah. Unless you got your nose up their butt, then they.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you try and post the truth of what's going on in the world, and oh no, you can't do that. We're gonna throw you in Facebook jail for 2 days.
Facebook jail. Yeah, go ahead. Try and scare me. Good. Well, this is how we got the word out, and they didn't want us to congregate anywhere. They closed down everything, and we couldn't get together and talk about what's going on. They just wanted to lock us in our little houses and make us obey. I hope everybody knows that what this is all about is human commodities. It's not about a virus.
So Backbone is still hounding for subs. I haven't been
Wait.
seeing.
I thought Becca took care of that problem. In fact, I know she took care of it. Backbone, you need to calm down. The world isn't coming to an end yet.
Yet. So we're
We'll see. We'll see what you know something about this whole thing. You know, basically the apocalypse comes, and I lost my superhuman strength. So I can't be a superhero because I hit that wall in my life where I just don't have it in me. It's like, man, I do not have the patience for something like this.
yeah. And just being ready because I mean, when the pandemic came in last year, this time last year, how everybody acted. And
It was insanity.
yeah, so it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again because of it. Because of well, it's really the media. They're the
It
ones
is.
that got it going.
Yeah. Yeah.
It,
And
so
politicians, I mean, look at Emperor Cuomo in California. I mean, they totally overstepped their bounds. I'm sorry, a mandate is not a law. And pretty much everything they're doing is unlawful and pretty much illegal.
yep. Let's not digest politics.
No, I know. Oh boy, could I go on. I know a lot. I've been to some covert meetings, and I'm not going to do those anymore because you got to watch those right now. I mean, basically, if you go somewhere to learn the truth, it's pretty much the same thing as a speakeasy right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As far as I'm concerned, this is like warfare. You got to watch what you say to people.
Watch anything on any kind of social media, like live streams,
Right.
Facebook, Twitter. Oh yeah, they keep an eye on that crap.
Yep, and they talk about digital scrubbing, but I don't know if anything completely disappears off any social media or anything. Even when you delete an email, I mean, does it really get deleted? I don't think
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
think so?
I don't think so. I think it's kept in a server,
Yes, I that's exactly what I think.
just so they got something to come back on you if you need it.
No, that I think that's the whole basis behind the social credit score. If we ever get to that point, and I certainly hope it doesn't happen. I mean, we kind of have something like that now. You got to keep your credit up if you want to buy anything, basically. But it's still up to us whether we win or lose. But I don't want the government telling me I'm either going to win or I'm going to lose. That's the whole thing. They need to get out of our hair and leave us alone. And I could go on and on about that, but it could get ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing about it is, my parents were born in the 20s. I'm a generation apart from them. They're both dead now. And thank God they are because, man, oh boy, if they were around, oh, it would be almost unbearable. I mean, everything they would say would be right and accurate. But back in the 70s, my brother and I were just kids, and they said, you know something, kids, someday you're going to lose every one of your rights. And we're like, yeah, yeah, mom and dad, whatever, we're watching TV. Well, guess what? They were right. They were right. I mean, my dad was in World War II. He saw a lot of stuff that he was not happy about. He was in World War II in Korea. Somehow he ended up coming back to California to be a mounted military policeman at the prisons out in California, which was actually a good deal because he was getting into his late 30s, early 40s at the time. But oh really, Tom? Yeah, my dad was 24. My mom was 1925. Great group of people. But my dad's attitude was, I didn't go fight in 2 wars so that my kids could be used as guinea pigs. He was not happy about that at all. And neither was my mom. I mean, right up until the day she died, she kept saying, be careful what you do. Do everything as smart as you can and vote for the right person. Because if you don't, you're going to lose everything.
Even if you vote for the right person, they still.
Oh,
We won't get into that.
no, there's an awful lot to be said on that too.
Well,
Shame.
Media likes to stir things up. Yeah, they do. And then they don't give you all the information that we should have.
Oh, she's people in Europe know more about what's going on here than we do.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, like let me in on it. Somebody send me a memo once in a while. Throw us a bone. Yeah, Tom, my dad didn't have a whole lot of good. He talked about some of the good times he was stationed with the Army Air Corps in Italy. I don't have the details. I would have to go into his war box and look it up. He was a waist gunner on a B-17, and mostly he talked about the fun they had when they were out on leave, and you know the food that they ate and how different things were, and you know he was like a sponge. He actually picked up a good part of the Italian language when he was over there. But then there was the other side of it. This is not going to sound nice, but my dad did not want my brother and I to go into the service because of what happened to him in the service. So basically, what he said to us was, you know, when you're up in that plane and that bomb gets stuck in the bomb bay door and all the guys are kicking it, screaming for their mothers, that's not the place where I want my kid to be. So, you know, he didn't tell us a whole lot of stories, but he told us just enough to kind of take the edge off. Well, kind of like with guns, our experience with guns with him, because of his experience in the wars. What the heck? Oh, let's see. It was the Vietnam War. Russian roulette was the big thing, right? Well, some kids up at the Highland Falls High School decided to get their father's gun and go into the garage and try Russian roulette. Well, one of them blew his head off. So my brother and I were just little kids. I mean, we were like maybe 4, 5, 6 years old. And so my dad wanted to take the glory out of the guns. So he had one of those old-fashioned metal revolvers, you know, the kind that you had to clean after every single time you used it. It's not like the ones today where they're made out of plastic and you can fire them almost endlessly. But this old revolver had to be cleaned a lot. So he took that as an opportunity to take us out onto the porch and take the gun apart, clean it, oil it, put the gun back together over and over and over. And what I remember about it the most was I was missing Bugs Bunny on Saturday morning. So I put it into my head that having a gun was a huge responsibility. And he was very nice about it. My father was a good teacher. He was the life of the crowd. He was a really funny guy, and he was very gentle. And I remember at one point my mom came out onto the porch and she said, "Tom, do you think I'm not so sure the kids are going to remember that." Well, we did. We remembered it. I mean, I have guns, but my brother, he really he doesn't hate guns, but he just has no interest in having one. So that's why you've heard of them too. What was that? Yeah, so he just had a big disdain for warfare in general. I mean, that he was up in a plane dropping bombs on little kids. He never forgot that. So when he came back, when the ice cream truck guy came along, he would buy ice cream for every kid in like a 3 or 4 block radius. You know, to try to lighten his conscience about it. But the reason he went, and of course he was another one who lied about his age. I think he was 17, and his parents lied for him. Um, my grandparents. That's the cool part about having parents born in the 20s. Your grandparents were born in the 1880s. That was a really cool generation too. But yeah, basically they just wanted to know what was going on over there. You know, they keep hearing about it. They're seeing it in the paper. Their friends are being promoted or moved into different areas or whatever. So he joined up. He wanted to find out what was going on. So he went over in 43. I put his
Yeah.
picture up one time. When he finished his 50th mission, they did this with a lot of guys. They did like a publicity photo of them. It's a beautiful black and white. I think I have it somewhere on Facebook, but I have the original, and it came with like a news release for, I don't know, maybe Stars and Stripes, or maybe it could have been used for, their hometown local paper that, Thomas J. Sheldon completed his 50th mission on, whatever day, April, whatever, and is looking forward to returning home. And they usually did a blurb for, the servicemen and what he thought. And my father's blurb was, if anybody says they're not scared up there, they're out of their minds. And this was back in 1945. Yeah, he was the youngest in his crew. His senior pilots were in their 30s, and they did a reconnaissance over Russia, and I have a picture of it. I actually have their actual picture, the black and white. And they got hit. They got hit really hard, and they had to jump out. Well, Tom, you said they don't make more than 12 to 15. Yeah, well, Tom, when my dad went in, he said it was supposed to be 20, and then they were going to go home. Well, add another 25 to that, or 30 to that. But anyhow, yeah, they got hit hard. The B-17 went down. They had to bail out. Now, my dad hated his combat boots. He hated wearing them. So he would wear his dress boots. Unfortunately, they did not hold up to the pull of the parachute when he pulled the ripcord. It yanked him up so hard, it knocked his boots off. And his boots landed in Russia. And when he landed, he went looking for his boots, and he had to cross the border to get them. His senior pilot grabbed him by the neck and said, "You're never going to do that again." And those were the only stories he ever really told us. There were a lot more. And in his war box, I have all the specs for building a B-17. I have the entire makeup for that plane. The only thing I don't have the parts and the room to build one. Because I don't know what anybody else thinks about it, but I think that's a pretty sexy plane. In 1943, they were getting low on Air Corps men. Yeah, well, Tom, that was the part that made a lot of these guys drink and go AWOL, just to kind of break the stress. Because my dad said, you come back from a mission, and the guy who was sleeping next to you, he was gone. You were never going to see him again. And you see that enough times when you come back from these missions alive and these guys are gone. He said what it made him want to do is get back up in the plane and finish the war as soon as possible. So, and actually they kept promoting my dad, but he kept going AWOL to get busted back down to get into the plane so that he could do his job and get back home. A lot of guys did that. Oh, it was a great time, Vern. It was a great time. Boy, I miss those people. They're all dead now. Don't you hate it when that happens?
Yeah, Aaron, with bushcraft knives, I'm hoping it's just in the mail, holding back, or who knows. I've ordered stuff. The U.S. mail is just going to pots. I ordered stuff they would say, okay, give 3 to 4 business days. It comes, I get it in 2 days. And then I order something that's 2-day rush. It takes a week. It's like, what the heck's going on there? But
I think it's the Amazon contract that they have with the USPS. The Amazon contract is so vicious. They make them get their packages out by a certain time. I mean, I pulled in to get gas at must have been 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight up in New Windsor, and there was one of the mail carriers who was out in the truck. So I thought, I kind of had a suspicion why he was out there. I said, was it Amazon that's keeping you out so late? And he said, yeah. He said, we have to get those packages out. Amazon dictates how many packages get out on a certain day at a certain time. And if you don't do it, apparently USPS loses an awful lot of money. I'm sure everybody knows that the United States Post Office is not a government agency. It's actually privately owned. So they can make any deal with anybody that they want, but Amazon is vicious. Vicious. And I wish everybody would boycott Amazon because they're kind of killing the little guy. Kind of. They are. Gee, we still have 8 in here.
Yeah, we've been holding pretty good. 7, 8.
Going on 4 hours, man.
Almost 4, yeah. I'm almost ready to.
Oh,
Getting
it's
on.
34? Oh my God, it's past my bedtime.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. Get close to bedtime. Heck, I was up to, wasn't last night? No, night before when Becca went live. We were up to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I can't do that anymore. Oof.
Well, I regretted that.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what they say, lost sleep is never found.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of wondering what's going on with the mail, Hopefully it gets here soon. I can't wait, really. This one.
Yeah. Well, they're using COVID as an excuse, but it's really Amazon. Amazon is very demanding to have a contract with, apparently.
Yeah. So hopefully it'll get here I'm hoping by Monday. We'll see. I can't wait to get it in there. I'm going to do a unboxing video. And
Unboxings are so much fun. I love doing mine. That was my way of thanking JV.
yeah, that was good. That was a good video.
I'm not kidding. I could not wait to start something on fire. I was like, man, let me add it. Let me add it. Well, I use magnesium for years. You know, you scrape it, and you get the little tiny pile, and then you hope you get a spark to hit it. But that ferro rod, it was that quick.
Yep. Yep.
That thing was great. In fact, I'm gonna try it. Well, it's gonna snow tomorrow. It's gonna snow harder on Monday. Maybe I'll go out in the backyard and try it when the weather is wet and see how it does. I mean, that thing's a lifesaver. It's wonderful.
Angler says he got some ice fishing stuff coming Monday.
Oh, that sounds good.
If I buy more ice fishing stuff and fishing stuff, my wife will.
I don't have that problem. It's nice living alone. Nothing against marriage. It's a wonderful institution, but I love having my little place to myself.
Yeah, I bought so much ice fishing gear last year, and I had to give some away.
Oh, good night, Vern. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Very cool.
But yeah, we've been at it now for almost 4 hours, and I think we're gonna pull the plug.
Sounds good to me. I'm ready to hit the old hay bag.
Yeah, same here. I'm ready to hit the sack. But I appreciate you stopping in. It was fun. I had a good time.
Thank you for the invite. You know, you live and you learn. This is my first time doing this, and it was a good experience.
You have to try one yourself, hosting a live.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, get my view time up, definitely.
Yep. Plus, you'll get subscribers and everything else.
We'll
Put the word out. It might be like Becca. Becca got. Oh, I can't remember how many she had in her live, but it was like 30.
Yeah, there's been a couple of really explosive ones in the last week. There was Becca and look at Matt. Daddy Duck 365.
But that there was a raid. He got raided by Prepper 101.
Oh, big time. That was impressive.
Prepper 101 I like to see him raid, raid a lot of our channels, because he got over 300 subscribers out of that raid.
Oh,
The
God bless him.
Yeah, look up Prepper 101 on
I
YouTube.
will.
He does a live every night, starting at like 8 or 9, and they'll raid certain channels and to show the love. I don't know how many subscribers will stick, but I went and watched one of his lives, and we went and raided this one other channel. It's funny what's going on? What the heck's happening here?
Yeah, it's fun to do that. I'm sorry I missed it. I'm doing CLEP test. That's the college level examination program. It started back in the 60s. It was originally for military personnel, but anybody can use it. I'm not going to do college the traditional way, so I was working on that. And man, when I saw it the next day, I was like, dang, I wasn't there. What's it called? Prepper what?
Prepper 101.
Like the numerals 101?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely look it up. Man, I got a whole list of things to do from tonight's live. Everybody gave us some work.
And we raided back on my last live. We went over there because I can't remember. Somebody found out that she went live, her first live. So we raided her.
Oh, that's nice. I love hearing that.
Support. You got to support each other.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I am calling it. We are going to
Me too.
go to bed and call it a day. I got some fishing to do tomorrow.
Oh yeah, good luck tomorrow. I hope you catch a whole bunch of them.
I'm going to try and shoot some video, so hopefully it comes out okay. But thank you guys for all coming in. Thank you, Irene,
yes,
for
everybody.
coming on the channel. Everybody have yourself a blessed night and
Thank
stay
you,
warm. It's getting cold out. But we will talk to you all later on.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Greg.